All right, welcome everyone. This is the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force in the City and County of San Francisco meeting on June 4th, 2014. We are starting at 4:08 p.m. in room, where are we? 408. Oh, 408 and 408. Not Madam Clerk, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, can you start with item 1, please?
Item number 1, call the roll. Roll call. Member Nee?
Here.
Nee present. Member Washburn?
Here.
Washburn present. Member Pilpil?
Present.
Pilpil present. Member Sims? We were advised that Member Sims would not be appearing at today's meeting. Member David?
Present.
David present. Member Highland?
Present.
Highland present. Member Oka?
Present.
Oka present. Vice Chair Fisher?
Present.
Fisher present. We have a quorum. Next on agendas are possible agenda changes.
Yes, what I would like to do is I would like to move item number, thank you. I would like to move item number 6, which is 14021. I'd like to move that up in front of item number 2. So we will do the library users and the controller first, and then we'll go forward with the rest of the agenda.
So moved.
And just a quick question. Have the complainant and respondent to item number 2 and subsequent items been consulted on this?
No, he has not.
Then I'm, as a courtesy, I would think we should do that to them. They've seen the agenda, they've arranged their schedules accordingly, and for us to just do this arbitrarily, I don't think would be fair to them.
Okay. Do I have to make a motion on that, Victor? Or?
The motion has been made. Is there any comment on that motion to change the order of the agenda?
Who was the second?
Yeah, wait a minute. I don't
I second. I'll second. That's
I
fine.
did.
It's item 6 before item 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association and the person who would be presenting item 6. I thank Member Nee for having basic decency, which evidently the chair and the administrator do not. By chance, I happened to be at a computer this afternoon and suddenly found in my face that there was a proposal possible to change the order of the agenda. While I appreciate having some notice of it, there was no explanation as to why. There was certainly no explanation why the chair who creates the agenda suddenly now wants to change radically the timing of these things. There was no correspondence. I presume there might have been something between the controller and the chair or the task force. But there was no asking how convenient this was to us. None at all. Not even whether there might be any objection for the chair to consider. Neither, evidently, as we've heard from Member Nee, was there any consideration given to what the other folks on the agenda might have to say about a change that would shift quite radically theirs from being first to ours being first. There might be other people involved, there might be testimony involved. None of this was taken into consideration. And I think that it's outrageous to just simply spring this on people, either when they walk in the door, as evidently has happened with at least one of the subsequent complainants, without prior notification, or to do that the very afternoon of the meeting to us. And so I strongly object for some of the very reasons that were mentioned by Member Nee. I also think that it gives a very ugly message that you bend over backwards for violators and potential violators, and it's in keeping, unfortunately, with what seems to be turning into the cheaper by the dozen attitude of this body, as it's been shown a number of times. Again, I urge you not to approve this change, and certainly not without a great deal fuller explanation for why this has been sprung on the body and the complainants and the members of the public. Thank you.
May I
have any-
respond through the chair? If I could respond.
Do I have any more, do I have to see if there's any more public comment?
Mr. Petrellis, we should ask you if you'd be open to this change. So how do you feel about that?
Hello, my name is Michael Petrellis, and I have 4 items on the agenda, and I've blocked out this afternoon to be here, and I want to say I do not have an objection to the change in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
'Cause you're kind of stuck here.
And just to answer, Mr. Warfield, we came up with this as a courtesy to you just because your item came after Mr. Petrellis's, and you're absolutely right. We should have consulted with both of you. So seeing that Mr. Petrellis doesn't have an objection, would you like to go first?
I've already said what I want, and the answer is no.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Rescind the motion.
Yeah. All right.
You've made the motion, so you have to rescind.
I withdraw my second.
Oh, you seconded. You made the motion?
I'll withdraw the motion. Well, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Moving on.
Do I have to ask for that without objection, Victor, or?
The motion is rescinded. There is no
Withdrawn.
motion on the table.
Okay, withdrawn. Okay, let's call the second item then.
Item number 2, file number 14006, complaint filed by Michael Trellis against the members of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, the Mayor Edwin M. Lee's office, the mayor's office, for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.3, 67.4, 67.5, 67.7, and California Government Code Section 54952, 54952.2, and 54953 through violation of public meeting laws by taking part in a policy body meeting that was closed to the public on December 16, 2013, between the members of the Board of Supervisors, the Unified School District, and the Mayor's Office and SF City.
Okay, do we have jurisdiction? Is there any argument for jurisdiction? Where's the respondent? I can't see you guys.
Two respondents in the audience.
Okay. Are you contesting jurisdiction, or? Okay, I just need a motion then.
Mr. Petrellis has withdrawn the portion of the complaint against the school board due to the lack of jurisdiction.
Okay, I just need a motion. From, yeah, for accept.
So I'll make a motion to find jurisdiction for the rest, excluding the school board. Or
Second.
The school board or the San Francisco Unified School District.
Okay, so can I
Second.
Discussion. So
get that passed without objection?
Well,
Or
I
would
wanted
you
to
like
discuss it
Member
just for a
Philpell,
moment.
go ahead.
So I just want to be clear, this is to find jurisdiction with regard to the Board of Supervisors and the Office of the Mayor. That's the motion?
Say again?
It's to find jurisdiction with respect to the Board of Supervisors and the Office of the Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. And the respondents are not contesting, those two respondents are not contesting jurisdiction?
They're not.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So we pass without objection.
Public
Any public comment? Sorry, Mr. Petrellis, public comment goes first.
You can't pass something without taking public comment. After 2 years, is that not clear to the chair?
Completely clear. Carry on.
I'm Peter Warfield.
I've got this covered now.
I'm not a party to this complaint, and I'm not particularly familiar with it.
I was getting my mouth.
But we heard,
All right.
without hearing it from the complainant, that he, the complainant, had withdrawn the Unified School District as a party to this complaint. I would have liked to hear a confirmation from the complainant or to see some documentation about it. That being said, you have taken a motion to take a complaint against only part of your agenda item. You have left out SF.CITI. The complaint clearly says, blah, 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 between members of the Board of Supervisors, Unified School District, Mayor's Office, and SF.City. Your motion does not include SF.City, and your sudden change of agenda items didn't apparently ask to exclude that portion. So I would certainly ask you to ask the complainant whether he wants your motion approved, because it leaves out a third of the remaining complainants that were originally listed on this agenda item. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment? Seeing none, then we're going to start with hearing the case. And so we're going to hear the substance of the complaint. The complainant, you're going to get 5 minutes to make your case.
Point of order, Madam
Yeah,
Chair.
yes.
Would the chair like to declare that the motion is passed without objection?
Where am I? Jurisdiction. Yeah. Do we have that passed without objection? Okay.
Yes. Is there any objection to passing this? There is no objection.
The motion
It is
is
passed
passed.
without objection.
Sorry about that, Mr. Petrella. So you will have 5 minutes to make your case, and then the respondent gets 5 minutes. And if there's two respondents, they each get 2.5, or they split it however they want.
Be 5 minutes,
5 minutes
for
total.
each respondent.
Sorry?
There would be 5 minutes for each respondent.
For each respondent, because it's two.
And
Okay,
just to
thank you.
clarify, Mr. Petrellis did notify me in writing that the San Francisco Unified School District is no longer a respondent.
Okay. Mr. Petrellis, thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Excuse me. Michael Petrellis again, and I made this complaint based on a news release from sfcity.com. They stated back in December that at a December meeting with the mayor, the supervisors, and the Unified School District, that they had established a partnership with this private body. What the press release stated was that 3 committees were set up to make public policy. My complaint is that there were enough people from city government at this meeting, and the matter of setting up the committees to make public policy, that these are 2 reasons. You got enough city employees, starting with the mayor at the meeting, and you also are setting up committees to make public policy. Those were the reasons why I filed this complaint a number of months ago. I believe that the sunshine laws in San Francisco are strong enough to tell us, everyone who was at that meeting, what was on the agenda, who is now on these committees, and also what has been done since then. I've not been able to do follow-up on what is taking place with these 3 committees because I've waited for my complaint to work its way through the task force. So that's basically my complaint.
Okay, are there any members of the public that want to introduce facts and evidence in support of this complainant? Okay, seeing none. Respondents each get 5 minutes. If you could just tell us who you are so we know
Is this yours?
who's who.
For everyone.
Oh,
Do you want to use it?
No, thank you.
Okay.
I'll just read it and say. Hello, honorable members. My name is Kirsten McCauley, and I'm the custodian of public records from the mayor's office. Mr. Petrellis, it's nice to finally put a face to the name after many emails exchanges. So on December 16th, 2013, the mayor attended a private lunch meeting co-hosted by Salesforce and SF City. It was a meeting with representatives and leaders from the Bay Area business community regarding technology and city issues. This lunch meeting was not a public event. The mayor did not take any action to create or form any such committees that were announced by SF City, this nonprofit, after the lunch meeting on December 20th. This private lunch event on December 16th is recorded on the mayor's Prop G calendar as required under the San Francisco Administrative Code, Section 67.29-5. The calendar entry discloses the time and place of each meeting with a general statement of issues discussed as required by the San Francisco Administrative Code section. This private lunch meeting was not the meeting of a policy body. It was therefore not subject to public meeting notice and open meeting requirements for policy bodies, nor was it a gathering of a passive meeting body. It was therefore not subject to the requirements applicable to passive meeting bodies. It was only subject to the requirement to be listed on the mayor's Prop G calendar, which it was.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any members of the public that want to introduce facts and evidence in support of Ms. Macaulay? Macaulay. Okay, hearing none. Next respondent, you now have 5 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Wilson Ng. I'm the records manager for the Office of the Clerk of the Board. Per our response to the initial complaint on January 23rd, I did inquire with all 11 supervisors' offices and their respective aides, and none of the supervisors nor their aides were in attendance. I do have a written confirmation from all 11 supervisors' offices that they were not aware of the meeting. Furthermore, I did take a look at the press release that was sent out, and the press release actually from SF City, which wasn't issued by us. And in the press release, it makes no reference that the Board of Supervisors or any of the members were in attendance. So that concludes my response.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any members of the public that want to introduce facts or evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, so hearing none, what happens now is the task force members are going to have a chance to free flow ask all of you a bunch of questions, and we'll go from there. So don't go too far. Member Nee?
Mr. Petrolis, please. One of your respondents in the complaint is the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors, through the clerk, is declaring that no member of the board and no staff aides of the board members attended that meeting. Do you have actual evidence that any board members or their staff assistants attended that meeting?
No, I don't. And basically, I have to trust what the politicians are saying in terms of not being at that meeting. I would still very much like to know from the mayor's office who was, first of all, invited to the meeting. Second of all, who did attend. That information has never been provided to me. But I will again confirm that Angela Calvillo surveyed the Board of Soups and their staffs, and they've all said they were not at the meeting.
Thank you. Ms. Macaulay, please. If this even if this was a private meeting, the fact that the mayor was invited and the fact that the mayor accepted that invitation would seem to give us some indication that maybe some business relating to the city would be discussed there. Why then should we not, declare that with the conduct of the public's business, this meeting should have been opened, and that the mayor should be responsible for, should have some Brown Act and Sunshine Ordinance responsibility here?
I believe the Prop G calendar covers that. Every meeting that the mayor attends that he discusses city issues, he has to put on this Prop G calendar the time and place and the general issues discussed, which we did.
Madam Chair, one other question for Mr. Petrellis, please.
I'm going to go with Member David, then I'll go you.
Did you attempt to attend that meeting, Mr. Petrellis?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
Member David?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I was, yep.
Ms. McCauley.
Can you, to Mr. Petrellis' question, can you speak to who was in attendance at that meeting?
No, as the custodian of public records, I don't have that information. Did you make a public records request for that information? And we responded with, we don't have any documents? Okay.
So let me ask you this, is it as part of the calendar? Would that have the who was attending the meeting?
No, that's not a requirement of the calendar. Just time and place and general issues discussed.
Gotcha. And the mayor was invited, SF City, but was he invited by Mr. Conway? Was he invited by Mr. Turk? Those are the two people who would potentially know.
I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Member Pilpil?
So let me start with Mr. Petrellis. I'm just trying to narrow where we are on this.
Okay.
It seems to me that this is not a policy body. Can you give me some suggestions or evidence as to why this might be a policy body under the Sunshine Ordinance, and then I'll go to a passive meeting body?
I've not said that I believe it's a policy body. I believe, however, that they, according to the SF City press release, did set up 3 policy bodies.
Okay.
But I wanted to address Ms. McCauley's statement about, she asked me if I had filed a records request to the mayor's office for the list of attendees, and the response was they had no responsive records.
Okay. So I think I'm good that this particular gathering was not a policy body meeting, nor were the bodies created or announced in the press release policy bodies. I am still considering the matter of whether the bodies created were passive or are passive meeting bodies under the ordinance. So do you want to speak to that for a moment, and then I'll go to the other response?
Without a list of attendees from the mayor's office, it's difficult to determine if there were city employees besides a representative, perhaps from the Unified School District and the Board of Soups. There are other departments, many other departments, and many other elected officials in this town who may have been present. Unfortunately, I do not have a staff to send off public records requests to every elected official and department in the city. That's why I keep putting the burden back on the mayor's office to tell me who was there. Because if I can get a list of attendees from him, then I could really know if indeed there were not enough public employees at the meeting.
Okay, thank you. I think we heard from Mr. Ng that the Board of Supervisors had nothing to do with this. You're all good. Okay. So, Ms. McCauley? So I'm just reviewing the passive meeting body section, if you have that somewhere, 67.3 C.
Not in front of me.
Okay.
It's in
Can
our
someone
packet.
share that?
It's in our packet.
Passive meeting body shall mean 1, advisory committees created by the initiative of a member of a policy body, the mayor or any department head. 2, any group that meets to discuss with or advise the mayor or any department head on fiscal, economic, or policy issues, et cetera, et cetera. So with regard to sub 1 there, were the particular bodies announced or groups announced in the press release created by the initiative of the mayor, in your opinion?
Again, the mayor did not take any action to create or form any such committees
Okay.
that were announced.
Okay, so whatever groups were created by SF City, Salesforce, whoever, people gathering,
I
doing
can't
their
speak to that, but the mayor did
whatever,
not.
doing their thing. It wasn't an action of the mayor.
Correct.
Okay. And with regard to sub 2, any group that meets to discuss with or advise the mayor or any department head on fiscal, economic, or policy issues, to the extent that that provision is legal and can burden an outside group because it's not clear that it's an outside group or a government-sponsored group, do you believe that either this particular gathering, presumably at Salesforce, or the groups that were announced constitute a group that meets to discuss with or advise the mayor or any department head on fiscal, economic, or policy issues?
I can't speak to that. The SF City is a nonprofit and Salesforce is a business,
Okay.
for-profit business.
So you don't believe that the mayor had any role in that? And when the mayor meets
Any
with,
role in, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? The mayor had any role in what?
in establishing whatever groups were announced in the press release?
He did not.
Okay. And to the extent that the mayor meets with an individual or a group on a fiscal, economic, or policy issue, if it's within the scope of his duties as mayor, it gets logged on the Prop G calendar, which is subject to public disclosure.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Baroka, we're good? Member Highland? Member Washburn? Okay, is that pretty much concluded? Should I call them back up for rebuttals? Any last minute? Nope. Okay, so in order, respondent, and then what? Yes, Victor? Okay, in order, both respondents, each get 3 minutes to offer rebuttals and conclusions. And then the complainant. Am I missing something?
That's it.
You have this look, your face is like, your face has its own personality.
Wilson, records manager for the office of the clerk of the board. We actually have no rebuttal because we didn't have any responsive documents, so and none of our supervisors or their respective aides were in attendance. So.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McCauley.
I don't have anything more to say besides we believe this is not a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay, Mr. Petrellis, you have 3 minutes.
What I'd like to say is that this process is really terrific. Being able to hear what the city folks have to say, they get to listen to what I have to say, and it is all presented before this task force is incredibly important to me. Even though it's taken a number of months for this complaint to get here, I'm really glad that it got here. Regardless of how you are all going to vote, it is very important to me that I continue to use the tools of the tools of Sunshine and the Brown Act to try and bring more transparency to what our mayor is doing. And I am just saying that we have some faults with the task force, but I'm really glad that we have it and that citizen activists like myself can get these issues heard and also clarified. And I really wish that these meetings were televised on TV so that more citizens could see this kind of democracy in action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to ask my fellow task force members if anyone has a motion. Okay, seeing none, I am going to declare this matter what?
Public comment?
Would you let me finish my sentence? I am going to declare this matter concluded, and then I'm going to ask for public comment. But thank you for the reminder, fellow task force members, and keeping,
Won't actually declare it.
What?
There's no action until after we've taken public comment, because public comment could spur.
Is there any public comment on this?
Is there any
item?
public comment? Well, thank you for that clarification. I actually have been clarified. I will ask for public comment, and then I will declare matter concluded. I was going after Mr. Rick Road. Come on up.
Wow, I'm
I just find it a little horrific in that the mayor would meet in some semi-closed fashion where the citizens might or might not know, and we don't know what they're trying to do. We don't know if they're trying to divide the city up for the next property owners or developers. They don't want to give them any type of information as to who was in attendance. We don't know if he was even allowed to attend when he was to get there. I just have a major problem with, and it's not just the mayor. It's with the Board of Supervisors. It's with several supervisors where they will have meetings and they will kick the members of the public out. I had an experience where London Breed, she and her staff, it kicked me out of a meeting in City Hall. So her and her friends couldn't meet. So I'm wondering, is this the experience that he had? Or, if he was to attend, it's just for us rich people. I mean, me and Thomas Piccirillo, we came into City Hall. One of the ladies didn't like us. They kicked us out. It was just a party. They kicked us out, and the sheriff's department locked the door behind us. It just seems like this is the new fall of Rome, where the government turns its backs on the citizenry and attacks. When do we? I don't know. This is horrible. The mayor's people don't even want to say who attended.
Thank you. Do I have any more public comment? Hearing none, I will declare this matter concluded. Mr. Clerk, can you call the next item?
Just to clarify, there being no motion, this matter is concluded. Item number 3, file number 14010, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against Charlotte Schultz and Matthew Goudet, Mayor's Office, and Mayor Edwin Lee for allegedly violating the Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21 and 67.25 and the California Government Code Section 6253 and 6253.1 through failure to adequately respond to immediate disclosure requests dated December 26, 2013 and January 13, 2014.
Discussion?
My apologies. I believe that this title should read, to adequately respond to immediate disclosure request in a timely manner. Not, they did respond, but the question is, was it timely or not?
Okay.
Discussion?
Yeah, let's discuss jurisdiction. Member Pilpel?
So I believe that Mr. Goudeau and certainly Mayor Lee are officers or employees of the city. To Ms. McCauley, could you explain to us if Ms. Schultz is an officer or employee of the city?
You're the respondent for this case, too?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought this was, the title was not supposed to have anything to do with the timely manner, but just that we were not responsive to documents. We didn't respond documents. That was what was clarified to me.
It says adequately
That's
respond
adequately
to.
respond.
Yeah, that's...
Adequately responding?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll get to that on the merits. If you could just address
Okay,
my
sure.
question about Ms. Schultz's status.
She's a volunteer.
So she is neither an officer nor an employee of the city.
Correct.
Okay. We'll hear from Mr. Petrellis on the motion, but I was going to make a motion to find jurisdiction with regard to Mr. Goudeau and the mayor, but not with regard to Ms. Schultz.
Second.
Oh, wait, I still have a motion here. Okay, so we've got any public comment?
We can hear from Petrellis on this question. Yes, because I was suggesting not.
Good evening, Thomas Piccirillo. First of all, I'm having a hard time hearing the chair.
Oh, sorry.
It's as if you're speaking underwater. So perhaps if you could speak into the microphone, members of the public could really understand the conversations that you're having. And could you repeat the motion, since I didn't really hear it?
Mr. Clerk, can you repeat the motion? Is that better, Mr. Piccirillo?
Much. Thank you.
Wop, wop.
I believe the motion's concerning jurisdiction and find jurisdiction against the mayor's office, and I believe the comment was that I believe Charlotte Scholes is not a member of the city government, and she is a volunteer. I did not hear anything concerning Matthew Goudet.
Madam Chair.
Perhaps, Mr. Pupil.
Hold on a sec.
Madam Chair, I believe the motion was to find jurisdiction with applicability to Mayor Lee and Mr. Goudeau.
Correct.
Okay, so, thank you, Mr. Nee. So you're dropping the Office of Protocol. Is that the motion?
That was your
Can
motion,
I
right?
clarify?
Go ahead, Member
It's not
Pilpel.
to drop the Office of Protocol. That's within the Office of the Mayor, and that'll be addressed, but just to exclude Ms. Schultz as a respondent, since she's neither...
Include or exclude?
Exclude, since she is neither an officer nor an employee of the city.
Well, what is her role? I mean, it's my understanding the Office of Protocol is a nonprofit, but perhaps I'm wrong. And if that's the case, then perhaps you need a member of the nonprofit to explain their role in this complaint by Mr. Petrillos.
I suspect that we'll hear about that on the merits.
Well, no, that goes to jurisdiction, with all due respect.
I've stated the motion twice now, so I don't think I need to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, then I'll oppose the motion for the reasons already stated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do I have any more public comment? Okay, hearing none.
A
What?
second on that motion, I did not.
Member Highland.
It was Member Highland.
Thank you.
Can you restate that motion, and then we'll do a roll
Motion
call?
is the determinants of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Michael Trellis against Matthew Goudet and the mayor's office. We are excluding Charlotte Schultz as she is not a member of the city. She is not a city employee. On that motion, is there any objection?
Yes.
Can we
do a roll call vote, please?
Yeah.
On that motion, the roll call. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member David.
No.
David, no. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, so I've done public comment, right? Okay, so let's move on to the hearing and action on the complaint. So we'll hear from the complainant first. You'll get 5 minutes just to make your case, then we'll hear from the respondent for 5 minutes, and then we'll discuss it, and then you'll get to rebut, and we'll go from there.
Michael Petrillos again. This complaint stemmed from learning that a diplomatic party, an annual diplomatic party, was held here at City Hall. It was organized by Charlotte Schultz, who allegedly is not an employee. She has a lot of responsibility in terms of the Office of Protocol, welcoming foreign dignitaries to town, and having a lot of access to the mayor and other folks here at City Hall. My concern was that this party here at City Hall was paid for with city funds. I was getting a lot of conflicting information from good government watchdogs about who exactly paid for the parties, who gets invited, and what have you. So I made a number of immediate disclosure requests to the mayor's office. These documents I believe, did not come in the amount of time specified for an immediate disclosure request. And And I believe that there has not been enough sunshine, there has not been enough transparency from the mayor's office as to exactly what the civic purpose is of the party that was held and who was invited. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll hear from the respondent.
Public comment?
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. Any members of the public want to offer facts and evidence? Hearing none. Now we'll hear from the respondent. Thank you. Sorry.
It's okay. Don't cry.
On January 2nd and January 14th, the mayor's office informed the complainant that there are no responsive documents to his request for the following: the budget for the protocol office, an itemized cost breakdown for a December party for diplomats at City Hall, a list of donors to the protocol office, and the calendars for 2012 and 2013 for Charlotte Schultz and Matthew Godot. On January 6th, 2014, our office addressed the complainant's follow-up questions and informed him of the provisions of Proposition F approved by the voters in 1998. We informed the complainant where he could find more information on the proposition, which is at the San Francisco Public Library's ballot proposition database. The mayor's office responded to the requester in a timely manner with accurate information that the office does not have any documents, and therefore the mayor's office is not in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. That's all I want to say right now.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to open it up to the task force. We'll look. Are there any members? Facts and evidence, anyone? Hearing none, we're going to open it up to the members of the task force, and I'm going to start with Member Washburn.
No, I was wondering about Matthew Godot for the Office of Protocol, who is named.
Is he here?
As a respondent, yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, is anyone here from the Office of Protocol?
No, as the custodian of public records, I respond for the mayor's office for public records.
I'm going to ask our attorney, Nick, DCA Cola.
So, is the Office of Protocol, and you're responding on their behalf as well?
Correct.
Okay.
So we're good with that? Okay. Where did I leave off? Members of the task force, questions? I'm going to go with Member Pilpel first, then Member David.
All right, I think I only have a brief question to Ms. McCauley on this. You refer in your letter dated February 4th to the San Francisco Host Committee and the San Francisco Special Events Committees, and that they maintain their own records at locations other than city-owned facilities. How can one contact those respective organizations and seek records if they are, in fact, nonprofits that are not controlled by the city?
I don't have that information, but I can look into it for you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Petrellis, are you aware of how to contact those two organizations? Did the mayor's office give you information on how to get in contact with them?
Yes, and we are talking about the San Francisco Host Committee, which is the subject of another one of my complaints on the agenda tonight. And, part of the difficulty I'm having right now in recalling exactly what was happening at the end of December and early January is that it was so many months ago. It has taken a long while for this complaint to come to the task force, and I'm just a little bit fuzzy on exactly all that went down, but I have had concerns that I didn't get any emails. I believe the response from the mayor's office for emails from Mr. Godot and Ms. Schultz was that there were no responsive records. Basically, they had not sent or received any emails about this party. I was also concerned about, if there's no budget for the mayor's office of protocol, how is it being funded? One of the answers from the mayor's office was that private people are funding the duties of Mr. Godot. Mr. Godot has traveled with the mayor on his foreign trips. So I find it all a little bit hard hard to believe that there were no public records responsive to my request for emails from Mr. Godot or Ms. Schultz. She may not be getting a salary, but she has an email account.
Okay, and again, my question was only as to whether or not the mayor's office properly referred you to the host committee and the special events committee. So you're saying that they did?
Yes.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Member David?
No, that actually covered my.
Member Washburn, and then Member Nee.
I have a question for Ms. McCauley. So I'm reading from our memo from DCA COLA. So on Friday, December 27th, is when you first got an immediate disclosure request from Mr. Petralis about the guest list. Is that correct?
I'd have to look at my files, but it sounds about right. In December, we did receive, so that's not the issue that we're talking about today, but in December, we did receive a public records request for a guest list, and we provided that to him.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, I misheard you. I thought you said that you didn't have any responsive records, but
that was a separate public records request that the requester sent to us, and we responded in a timely manner with the guest list.
Okay, thank you.
Member Nee.
Ms. McCauley, please. And you're saying that you don't have any information on the budget of the Office of Protocol?
I do have information on the budget for the or the mayor's office budget, but we don't have any responsive documents for that. I can speak to that now. We explained to the complainant and to you members of the task force that the mayor's office has a budget for operation of the mayor's office as a whole. The budget does not include a separate line item for the Office of Protocol, which is what we understood the complainant was asking for. As to the director of the Office of Protocol, Matthew Godot, his salary is not part of the budget for the mayor's office. That's why we do not have responsive documents to that. His salary is funded through the San Francisco International Airport revenues. We provided this information to Mr. Petralis in response to his complaint filed with the members of the task force in January. And as I had said before, Charlotte Schultz is a volunteer, therefore she doesn't get paid.
Okay, I believe Mr. Petralis wanted to find out what expense the city went to for a particular event. Am I correct? Okay, Mr. Petralis has indicated that I'm correct. And the mayor's office has no information as to how much in city funds was spent on this event?
No, the nonprofits.
Did the mayor, did the mayor's, presumably if the mayor's office if there's an event going on in City Hall, there's going to be security considerations, there are going to be all kinds of considerations, and the mayor's office is not going to ask if I come to the mayor's office or the Office of Protocol comes to the mayor's office and says, we want to hold an event here. The mayor's office won't ask for a list of expense, some kind of estimate as to how much this might cost the city.
I can't answer that, but I can answer that we didn't have any responsive documents to him, his request in January. I'm
a bit incredulous on that. Are you saying the responsive documents were never produced, or that they just didn't? I mean, did you have the responsive documents at one point and now they don't exist? What's the situation there?
We did not have any responsive documents when he requested it.
Did those documents ever exist?
I can't answer that. As a custodian of public records, I can only respond that we did not have responsive documents.
When was this event held?
December.
Last December?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Petralis, please. Just one quick question. From the time you made the request for documents to the time you got whatever documents you got, What was the time window there? How long did it take?
I cannot remember.
Okay, thank you.
Member Oka.
Yes, I'm very, very troubled by there being no budget for the Office of Protocol. How is Mr.
Udo.
Mr. Godot's salary paid? Ms. McCauley, who pays Mr. Godot's salary?
So as the director of the Office of Protocol, Matthew Godot, his salary is not part of the budget for the mayor's office. His salary is funded through the San Francisco International Airport revenues.
And would that body happen to have any documents that are appropriate to Mr. Petrel's request?
SFO?
Yeah.
Well, we provided the document to him, a printout of Matthew Godot's salary and responsibilities.
So, Mr. Petrellis?
Hold on. Member Highland, do you want to be recognized? Member Highland?
Please. Mr. Petrellis, following up on that comment, have you investigated further with the OP as to if they have any documents responsive to your request?
No. But we will get to where a number of these questions led to with the San Francisco Host Committee.
Which is the committee that threw the party?
This is a nonprofit that is based in Menlo Park. I believe it's not based in the city. And it turns out that this is the nonprofit that annually puts on the Diplomats Ball here in City Hall.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Pilpel, did you have something?
Yeah, I think I was following up on the discussion with Member Highland. So first to Ms. McCauley, the salary for Mr. Godot, you've said several times, is paid for by SFO. The other office expenses for the Office of Protocol within the mayor's office are essentially buried within the mayor's office budget and are not broken out. There's no separate index code or division of the mayor's office or any other way to disaggregate those expenses?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any way of estimating the non-salary expenses for that office?
No, but I could look into it for you.
Okay. Actually, if you could look into it, not for me, but maybe for Mr. Petrellis, I think he's looking for that information. I personally, thank you. And to Mr. Petrellis, on the question of adequacy or timeliness of response, your subject complaint is regarding your requests dated December 26th and January 13th. It appears from the email that we have in our packet that the December 26th email was responded to. Actually, the December 30th response wasn't included, but was referred to in a January 2nd email, and the January 13th request was apparently responded to on January 14th. So can you tell me how those responses might not be deemed timely?
Tell me what page you're on, please. I'm looking at P31.
I'm at 37 through 39.
Just a moment, let me quickly scan.
If you start on 39, there was an IDR that you sent on December 26th that was received on Friday, December 27th. The middle of page 39 refers to a response of December 30th, and then you send an email clarifying, and then they responded on January 2nd. So it appears on first glance that was a timely response to an immediate disclosure request. And then on page 37, 38, there was a second IDR on January 13th that they responded to on January 14th. So it appears to me that it was a timely response.
I have to agree with you.
Okay.
That's my recollection. I have to agree with you.
Okay. Thank you.
Member David?
Ms. McCauley?
Is there any other department or office that reports to the mayor that there is not that its budget is aggregated into just the overall mayor's office budget, or is the Office of Protocol the only one that it happens to work out this way?
I don't have that information.
I mean, do you understand why it seems a little odd that perhaps there's an office, a department under the mayor that there's no budget for? Like that, it just
Well, it's
strikes.
part of the mayor's office budget.
I understand. Does the chief of staff's budget? Does the chief of staff's office have a budget?
I don't have that information.
You don't know whether the chief of staff's office has a budget or not.
I believe we're all under the mayor's office, but I'd have to look into that. I'm not the appropriate person, but as the mayor's custodian of public records, I could address whether we responded to records requests, but any other questions, I would have to ask the appropriate staff.
To Member David.
Member Pilpel?
I think that there are various divisions and units within the mayor's office, and I do believe that there are different index codes set up with the city, within the city's accounting system that is able to disaggregate some of those costs. I understand that some costs for phone and postage and whatnot may be together, but the Mayor's Office of Public Policy and Finance, separate from the Mayor's Office of Housing, or whatever it's called this week, Housing and Community Development, separate from various other units within the Mayor's Office, I think can be disaggregated. And I think that's what Mr. Petrelis was looking for with regard to the Office of Protocol. So perhaps there can be some further research on their index codes and what the non-salary costs are.
Anyone else from the task force?
Yes.
Member Oka.
Yes, Ms. McCulley. Is SF Hope part of the mayor's office?
Hope? Or
SFO.
because there's two. Do you mean the housing? I forget what the correct name is.
Is that Hope SF? Member
Yeah,
Oka,
Hope
or-
SF or
Yeah, that's the housing.
I'm trying to get
Member Pilpel?
where the money that pays for the Office of Protocol comes from, and until I can get that, I'm lost. It's incomprehensible to me that you don't have any budget for the Office of Protocol. Who pays for Mr. Godot's salary?
The airport.
It's not fathomable to me that you don't know, or somebody in the mayor's office doesn't know. You know how much Mr. Godot makes, right?
yes, that documentation
Okay.
was provided to the
Where
complainant.
does that money come from?
SFO.
Okay. Is that a line item within the mayor's office?
No.
Why? Is it part of the mayor's office?
The mayor's office of protocol?
Is SFO part of the mayor's office?
No.
If the answer is no, then I'm going to drop it. But I want to know where the money for the Office of Protocol comes from. And I guess you can't answer that.
Hold on. Member Pilpel? We'll get back to you eventually, Mr. Petrelis. Member Pilpel?
So I think to Member Oka, and as this conversation evolves, better. My understanding, and I think what's been represented to the task force, is that Mr. Godot's salary is paid for out of SFO. I wouldn't even say revenues. He's an employee of San Francisco International Airport that works in the mayor's office on protocol issues. There's a whole other discussion about how certain mayor's office staff are paid for by other city departments. I don't think that's before us today, but I think that's the answer as to salary. As to non-salary expenses, I think we had some earlier discussion about how those are buried within the mayor's office budget, and perhaps there can be some disaggregation about that. And finally, with regard to events, that those are run through this San Francisco Host Committee, which we'll hear about more in a bit, and the San Francisco Special Events Committee, which does private fundraising and has their own costs and expenses. That's my understanding.
How do you have access to this information?
How do I know that?
Where is that? Is that public? Can I go online and get that information?
I don't think one can determine that easily. That's my understanding over many years. But
How
perhaps
did you get it?
from talking to people, going to meetings, and reading a lot of budget documents. But I'm not sure that that's particularly evident to folks, and perhaps that's what Mr. Petralis is getting at, is to try to get a better sense of how the Office of Protocol is funded and operated. Mr. Petralis, am I summarizing your concerns? They're apparently engaged right now.
Give him a minute. We have a question for do we have a question for Mr. Petralis from someone on the task force?
My question, I
go
guess
ahead.
I was asking, does that summarize?
Yes.
And you're trying to get that explained somewhere? Okay.
I have a lot of questions in my head. I just can't seem to get them out. Mr. Petralis, come on up for a second. I ask this every meeting, and I'm not sure if it's even relevant to this one, but do you feel that you got all the documents you were looking for, or is your concern really kind of a similar concern I'm starting to hear among my colleagues here, that if, as Ms. McCauley says, something we face a lot here is that we don't create documents. Sunshine doesn't force people to create documents. We just show what's there. So is your issue that you're not getting documents that you thought you should be getting, or is it that it seems a little strange that these documents aren't created?
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I followed your questioning, and I think it gets to what Commissioner Nee was talking about in terms of the mayor is going to be showing up for a diplomat's ball. We're going to be talking about security because we're having all of the honorary consuls and the consulates are sending their diplomats. One thing that I learned from the guest list was that the Russian consulate came, and I was very concerned about that because of a number of anti-gay problems happening in Russia. And here I'm finding out that on the guest list, and he did attend, as far as I recall, was the consulate of Russia. I did not like that, okay? Part of what I wanted to see in requesting emails from Mr. Godot and Ms. Schultz had to do with issues of, well, how did you decide who to invite? Who did come? If someone was saying no in the RSVP, did they try and get them to come? I also would like to know exactly what goes on when the rotunda, when that whole beautiful area is going to be restricted to the public. The public was not allowed to attend this event. Mm-hmm. I don't see how the mayor's office can take over a big section of City Hall, invite all these dignitaries, and you don't create public record via emails through either Mr. Godot or Ms. Schultz.
Thank you. Ms. McCauley, actually, I have a question. I mean, this just kind of came up. Personal story, my father used to be the chair of ASCO, the American Society for Clinical Oncology, and he would schlep out here, and they would rent out the entire rotunda, and it was cordoned off, and it was at night, so it was 7, and they had a big jazz band, and everybody got to dance, and what does that come under? Because obviously that is closed off to the public, and I'm sure the American Society for Clinical Oncology paid a lot of money for that. But does that similar to this event, or is that just there's certain private?
I have no idea.
Justin Bieber could come here and perform and be a private event. I mean,
I believe that falls under the City Hall events department.
I was asking because I didn't know. So to Mr. Petrelis' point, there are events that are closed off to the public. So I'm just, I'm trying to get my head around this. That's all I had. Where did we leave off? Does anyone have any more comments before I bring the respondent and the complainant back up? 3 minutes? Seeing none among my colleagues. Come on, back up, Ms. McCauley. You have 3 minutes for any rebuttals.
So again, I just want to clarify that the agenda item before us was for not responding to documents for the budget for the protocol office, an itemized cost breakdown for December party for diplomats at City Hall, a list of donors to the protocol office, and the calendars for 2012 and 2013 for Charlotte Schultz and Matthew Godot. And the mayor's office informed and responded in a timely manner and informed that accurate information that there was no responsive documents for those.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Petrelis, you have 3 minutes.
Ms. McCauley reminds me about the calendar for Mr. Godot. It was not provided. There was no responsive document. Really, how can we have someone in charge of diplomatic issues like that, and the man is not keeping a public calendar? I find that hard to believe. In any event, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, I'm now going to turn it over to my colleagues. Member Nee.
Madam Chair, I move that the mayor's office be found in violation of Sunshine Ordinance Sections 67.29-7 and 67.21E.
I'm sorry, that was 29.7 and
21E. If there's a second, I will be glad to discuss it.
I'll second it.
Madam Chair,
yes.
We heard Ms. McCauley say she didn't know if some of the documents ever existed at all. In other words, at the time she received the request, they didn't exist, but she did not know if they had existed before she received the request. That goes to the responsibility of the mayor and all department heads to maintain and preserve in a professional and businesslike manner all documents and correspondence. Now, I find it really hard to believe that on events such as the one that Mr. Petrelis told us about, they didn't know how much this would cost the city. And specifically for what? Whether it was security, refreshment, who knows? But, you know, when somebody goes to the mayor's office and says, we want to do this, the mayor's going to want to know how much is this going to cost the taxpayers and for what? Secondly, with regard to 67.21E, that goes to failure to send a knowledgeable representative. Now, this is not to fault Ms. McCauley. She has answered the questions that were put to her as best she could. However, there were too many questions, substantive questions, that she could not answer, and it's up to the mayor to make sure that when we have questions, we can get the information we're looking for.
Member Pilpel, did you have something? Member Pilpel, did you have something?
So in discussion on the motion, I'm weighing which way to go on it. I'm not sure if I'm with it. A lot of people think I'm not with it. At a minimum, though, I would suggest that the mayor's office do some further research, as I indicated earlier, about index codes and the non-salary expenses. It would not surprise me to learn that there was, something less than $20,000 in non-salary expenses associated with that particular unit of the mayor's office. That wouldn't surprise me, but it would be helpful to know that, and at least for Mr. Petrelis to know that, and further to refer Mr. Petrelis to the City Hall Events Department to get information about that particular event, who set it up, who was the contact, what costs the city incurred, were they fully reimbursed by one of the committees, et cetera. I think you're looking for some more information there, and perhaps the mayor's office isn't the right office that has that information, but they can refer you to, why am I blanking on her name? Ms. Schumer? Or whoever in the events department who handles events at City Hall. So that's my suggestion, but I'm not sure where I am on the motion. Still interested in hearing public comment.
Member David, you're...
Member Nee, can you repeat the two sections of the
Member Highland,
motion?
did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to see if Member Nee repeat 6721.
67.29-7 and 67.21E.
E, thank you.
Member Washburn.
Yeah, I'm mulling over some of the same questions that my colleagues have raised, wondering whether the records exist, and if they do, they weren't produced, so that's a problem. And not sending someone who could answer that definitively would be a violation of 67.21E. Worse still, though, would be if these records don't exist at all. I wouldn't be shocked if they don't. We've seen other cases where a reasonable person would expect records to exist, but they apparently don't. But I don't think we know that yet. I think that another body may indeed have the records. They ought to. But we weren't able to determine that today, and we've spent a lot of time talking about this. And so I think there's definitely a problem with not having sent someone who could answer our questions definitively. I think Ms. McCauley, did a fine job of answering our questions, but to the extent she was able.
Yeah. What?
Can I follow up on something?
Member Pilpel, did you want to follow up on something?
I did. With Ms. McCauley, I'm still stuck on the references to the two committees. Can you come up for a moment? Did you consult with Mr. Goodell prior to today's meeting?
Yes, we talk
regularly. Okay. Did you discuss the relationship between the city and the two committees and how that relationship works? And if so, could you explain that a little?
We didn't discuss that.
Did not discuss that. Okay.
The only thing we discussed is that if there was in fact records, there's no records, and that's the only thing that I can actually address.
Okay.
As the custodian of public records.
So are you aware, for example, if these two committees produce an annual report or some sort of annual or periodic financial report as to their activities, and if a copy of that is sent to the mayor's office?
No, I don't know that information.
If that did exist, you likely would have provided that to Mr. Petralis in response to the request?
I think if it falls under his request, we definitely would have.
Mr. Petralis? I'm just trying to see if there's anything further to this.
My request to Ms. McCauley about this matter did not address financial reports from the events committee or the host committee. Those documents that I eventually got came regarding the committees, and the city funding those committees came from the General Services Administration, and again, it's part of my other complaint.
Okay, thanks.
So speaking as a member of the task force right now, and, well, whatever I am, yeah, there's definitely something here, and just speaking to Member Nee's motion, I mean, it's going to sound cliche, but, our whole purpose here and our role here is sunshine. For 20 years now, we've been saying, if something's behind closed doors, or if something's not evident, let's bring it out into the open. And I have to admit, this is something I never knew about. And, if nothing else, we've brought this into the open, and I think we're, depending on how this motion goes, going to hear more from this. Anybody else? Let's see. So hearing nothing else from my colleagues, let's reread the motion, and then I'll call for public comment.
The motion is to find violation of Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.29-7 and 67.21E, maintain and preserve documents in a business-like manner, and failure to send a knowledgeable representative.
Do you have any public comment?
Thomas Piccarello. I'm a strong supporter of the motions by Member Nee. Clearly, we're going to miss Member Nee, the Sunshine Advocates in the city. I am troubled, though, by a task force member speaking on behalf of a respondent that's not here. I think that's highly improper, and it shouldn't be allowed by the task force. The discussion I heard was that one of the task force members was basically testifying for a respondent that he made a motion to excuse from being here. Clearly, the member of the mayor's office that spoke to you, you're really not testifying because there's no oath of office that you demand or compel. So she's speaking to you. She's clearly not doesn't have the ability to answer probably 40% of the questions that were posed to her, which goes to one of the motions by Member Nee. So I'm highly in favor of it, but I am troubled, again, by having a task force member testify on behalf of a respondent. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys can... why don't you come forward since... Thank you.
Bill Barnes, Office of the City Administrator. We're actually the subject of item 7 on your agenda, but I wanted to offer information on this item because it's related. City Hall's management is not under the jurisdiction of the Mayor's Office. City Hall's management is under the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors as it relates to the chamber and the rooms, and the President of the Board authorizes those uses. The remainder of the building is under the jurisdiction of the Real Estate Division and its Events Division, which Member Pilpel related. We did not receive a request on matters about the use of the building. The interiors of various spaces are under the jurisdiction of those tenants. So if it's the city attorney, the mayor, the controller, and it's within their space, they control those uses. And so I don't have additional items to add here, but to the extent that people are interested in the uses of City Hall, either in its common spaces or in private spaces, those would not be records in the mayor's office, but rather under city administrator, real estate, or the individual tenants of the building. So that was just information that I thought would be helpful to members of the public and of the committee to the extent that they were interested in additional information. I think we can discuss the matters in item 7 when we get to item 7.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask, just to be clear, when members of the public are speaking, can I have the other seating members to really keep your conversation, well, not at all, or just to keep it really low because we can hear you? And we want to be fair to everybody speaking.
Before I start, may I see the Sunshine Ordinance wording, which I don't see out here at all?
Oh, it's the next item. Should be okay. You're right. Are you ready, Mr. Warfield?
I'm trying to find a particular section that talks about the requirement to provide help to people who are requesting information. Perhaps one of you knows.
21C.
67.21C.
Thank you. So I'm Peter Warfield. I'm not a party to this, and I apologize for not having listened to the whole thing. Since things were a little discombobulated, I had to leave to do some preparation. But 67.21C, let me start out. From what I'm hearing, it sounds a lot like a game of hide and seek. I don't think that the Sunshine Ordinance intends for people to request information and then have somebody, because of the complexities of however they're operating their deal, say, gee, I don't have that, and then close their mouth and look at the person like, where is it? It's a game of keep away. No. It's very clear that Sunshine requires not Mr. Petrellis to run hither and thither and get a suggestion from this one or that one as to maybe it's over here and maybe it's in this corner. No. 67.21C says a custodian, so just to put it in context, I absolutely am appreciating the questions that have been asked and your own quite rightly expressed skepticism about what's going on with the records. And I'd like to support the motion that was made by Member Nee, but ask you to add a violation of 67.21C, which I have heard nothing as to whether that's been addressed. A custodian of a public record shall assist a requester, I'm reading from the text, shall assist a requester in identifying the existence, form, and nature of any records or information maintained by, available to, or in the custody of the custodian, whether or not the contents of those records are exempt from disclosure, and shall, when requested to do so, give details. It goes on. A custodian of any public record, when not in possession of the record requested, shall assist a requester in directing a request to the proper office or staff person. There's an affirmative duty to help Mr. Petrellis or anybody else. You don't just stand there and say, gee, I don't have it because somebody just took it away 5 minutes ago or because you happen to know somebody else has it, et cetera, et cetera. You've got an affirmative duty. Does the mayor's office claim that the mayor's office doesn't know where there might be information that might be useful to Mr. Petrellis? Maybe it needs the entire city budget and then subtract the total city budget from what's visibly budgeted so that we can get the piece that Mr. Petrellis is looking. Whatever it is, maybe it's a memo saying we're going to supply security and this many people and so on at a probable cost of this much. Whatever it is, they have an affirmative duty, and I think you should include that because it hasn't been satisfied.
Oh, where did I leave off? Member Washburn?
Yeah, I'm looking at the clock, and we've been at this for about an hour, and we wouldn't have been here for so much time if the mayor's office hadn't, number one, sent somebody who was knowledgeable, and I think Mr. Warfield makes an excellent point. The mayor's office has to know how things work in this building, and should have been able to point him to the proper staff person or committee or somebody to talk with. So I'm inclined to want us to, my druthers for a motion would be one to find violation of 6721C and 6721E, not 6729-7, because I don't think the mayor's office is the one that has these records or fails to have these records. So those are my thoughts right now.
Member Nee?
Is that a substitute motion?
That's a substitute motion, yes.
Second.
Okay, so that undoes your first one? No?
Well, what it does is the substitute motion takes precedence, and if that fails, then we go back to the original.
Do you want to withdraw the original, or?
But substitute motion is on the floor, and if that passes, the original goes away.
Okay. Did I get a second? I did get a second. I don't think so. Right? She can't come up?
Yeah.
Can we restate? That was to find a violation of 67.21
C
and
E. And E.
Okay.
Right.
Hang on. I almost said DCA 3. DCA COLA, can the respondent come up and speak right now? She can't, can she?
No.
Yeah, only if we had a question. Yeah.
It's been closed,
Okay.
yeah.
Does anybody have a question? Does anyone have a question? Okay. So we have, where are we? We have a second, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have any public, what? Sorry. Let's go with member discussion first, then we'll move to public comment.
Okay.
Member Pilpel.
Subject to public comment, you know, in the colloquy I had with Mr. Petrellis earlier, I asked if he had been properly referred to other offices, and I think your explanation was generally yes, that you were. So that moves me not to support this instant motion, but I still have made, you know, some other requests for further information.
Was his answer yes? I don't recall hearing that answer as yes.
Member Oka, I'm sorry, what was the question?
Was Mr. Petrellis' answer to that question, were you directed to the appropriate entity? Was the answer yes? I don't recall.
I don't recall either. Were you directed to the proper entity, Mr. Petrellis?
Okay, I'm a little bit confused. If I understand the question or questions, you're asking if the mayor's office directed me to the buildings department that's responsible when there are big events here at City Hall. Is that the question? I would say no. To the best of my recollection, what Ms. McCauley is saying to me is that I had a phone conversation and traded emails with Mr. Godot, but that is not getting to the matter of did he refer me to someone responsible for the security and other matters for an event like the Diplomats Ball here in City Hall? No.
Did you answer yes to any question relative to that line of reference?
No. When I was informed that the event was paid for by the San Francisco Host Committee, I went and saw that it's a nonprofit and looked at their IRS 990, but I did that on my own. The mayor's office did not direct me to the General Services Administration, which provides the money to the host committee that puts on the parties. I had to do that legwork by myself.
Okay.
Okay.
Did I answer the questions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
DCA COLA,
You know, when the task force is considering this vote, I'd just like them to look back in through the documents that have been submitted in this complaint file and see what was actually requested and what the actual responses were. I'm seeming to hear, you know, some new requests, or maybe I overlooked them in the complaint documents, but I don't. I'm not sure if. Well, I would just. I compel you to look through and see what was actually requested on paper that we have proof of.
it's on page 31 of our packet.
39.
In the complaint documents, you have page 39.
Oh, sorry.
I think the complaint actually states, let's see, well, it's regarding the IDRs from December 26th and, well, January 13th. So I think you should look at those emails and the actual requests and see if the responses were, well, responsive to those particular requests.
Packet page 39.
37 to 39.
Where did I leave off? Comment yet, right?
Comment. Public comment on the motion.
Okay, so I'm going to give everybody about a minute to look at whatever they're looking at, and then we're going to move to public comment on the motion.
Mr. Kohler, did you say page 39?
I believe it starts at 37, goes to 39.
Okay.
Yeah, but it starts with the list of donors, the amount the donors gave, the calendars. Okay, I'm going to call for public comment. Is there any public comment on the motion that we have on the floor?
Peter Warfield again, thank you for taking up the item that I brought up. I did not intend, I think my comment was clear enough, I didn't intend to have any part of the motion which I supported dropped, just so it's clear. And I don't know that in the absence of documents that everybody seems to think are appropriate to be had in the mayor's office, that it should be a motion, a portion of the Sunshine Ordinance that should be dropped. So I just want to say that I didn't intend to knock off any portion of a previous motion simply to add C. So I appreciate that you've added C and kept E, but would urge you to look again at 67.29-7 as originally suggested. With respect to the question asked of Mr. Petrellis, I appreciate the members trying to get back to what was answered, but in my mind, it's up to you to determine whether Mr. Petrellis got what he needed and what he was entitled to. Maybe Mr. Petrellis or somebody else might think that they got a pretty good thing or it was okay. They may not be as experienced as you. It seems to me what has come out today through questions from members, did you go here, did you go there, did you look for this, did you look for that? We heard from somebody who's got additional information, who suggested yet another place to go. The very fact that your own members are casting about and trying to put two and two together with respect to their prior knowledge and their knowledge of City Hall and trying to make sense of it so that Mr. Petrellis might be able to go look somewhere sensible more than he's already done, seems to me to be evidence that he hasn't been given the answers that he wants. So your own actions here, I think, demonstrate a perplexity which shouldn't be happening for somebody who has a fairly reasonable question. What happened here and who paid for it and how much? Your perplexity, I think, is just simply evidence of something wrong, and I think that needs to be followed up. So I, given the way things stand, certainly would support the current motion, but I would urge you to consider the original one as well. It seems to me that at the very least, the mayor's office would have information at least saying, we're going to pay for this, this, and that, which you would expect to have for security or whatever else at an event like this. And that at least would be a piece of the answer that you could expect. Thank you.
Member Washburn?
Yes, I'm looking.
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. We're still in public comment. Do I have any more public comment? Oh, yes. Mr. Piccirillo, go ahead.
Don't see anybody behind me, so I'll be quick. I'm in support of the substitute motion. Just two comments. Number one, you see the disadvantage that a complainant has when he has to wait 5 months in order to have a hearing. So you're putting him or her at a tremendous disadvantage. having to wait 5 months to have his hearing. Then you compounded the matter by putting 3 of his matters on at the same night. Perhaps you're much better or smarter than I am, but I couldn't handle 3 issues in one night after 5 months of filing the complaints. So you need to be more cognizant of your 45-day rule and not impose on complainants like Mr. Petrellis and ask him to recall facts 5 months after they occurred. Thank you.
Do I have any more public comment at all? Hearing none, Member Washburn?
Okay, DCA COLA asked us to look through the file. We were asked to look through the file to see what was requested. There's an email from Mr. Petrellis on Tuesday, January 21st, and he states, and it's written to us, but he says that he requested the budget for the protocol office and an itemized cost breakdown for December party for diplomats at City Hall, and then the list of donors and the calendars. And the city denies it has responsive public records pertaining to my requests. So this shows that he was asking for an itemized budget for this event.
So
you have something, Member David?
Yeah, I mean, so I was right where Member Washburn was, and the only piece that's missing for me is that where if when I first read that email, I was like, oh, there it is. There's the request for the budget, but that was just sent to us as the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. My question is, where is that budget request to the mayor's office? Right? It's one thing for him to say that for him to tell us that he requested it, but I don't see that request in his immediate disclosure request to the mayor's office. So that's my question.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Member Nee?
Yeah. The information that Mr. Barnes gave us a few minutes ago, I think, is highly relevant and highly crucial to this matter. What Mr. Barnes told us is that when somebody wants to hold an event here, the person doesn't go to the mayor. He goes to another entity. And so chances are then that the mayor is not going to want to know, the mayor's office is not going to want to know how much this is going to cost the city. It's that other entity. And I'm sorry, I forget what entity that is. It might be the building department, it might be the board of supervisors, but at any rate, that's the entity that would have the financial information, the cost information that Mr. Petrellis is seeking. And I think that in that case, Member Washburn's motion, substitute motion to find 67.21C rather than 67.29-7 is appropriate.
Okay. Do I have anybody else before we go to a roll call vote? Everybody good on the right? We're good on the left? Okay, Mr. Clerk.
No, I have a
Okay.
question.
Yeah, you didn't put your hand up.
What I would like to know is, as reading Mr. Petrellis's emails to the mayor's office, what was from his immediate disclosure request, what are we saying was not responded to? That's my, at the bottom line, that's my question. Now that I'm reading not what he wrote to us as the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, what he requested from the mayor's office, what has not been responded to?
Member Nee, I don't think that's what your motion was addressing.
Member Washburn's
motion. I'm sorry, Member Washburn.
Member Washburn's motion.
Sorry. Member David, I don't know who you're asking this question.
I'm just.
Well,
Go ahead,
Anyone,
Member Nee.
if anyone has
Okay,
an answer, I'm looking for.
Madam
yeah.
Chair.
Let's go with Member Nee and then Member Washburn.
It appears that the mayor's office responded in timely fashion to a certain extent. However, in terms of the request for the cost breakdown of the event, obviously that information resides somewhere else. And the mayor's office should have referred Mr. Petrellis to that other entity, which it did not. And so
Member Washburn.
that's where the 67.21C
Okay.
comes in.
So on February 4th, the Office of the Mayor responds to us regarding this complaint, and they quote from Mr. Petrellis' complaint that he did not receive an itemized cost breakdown for a December party. And so they just reiterate what they did. They didn't say, hey, if he wants this information, he needs to go here. So they had an opportunity, months ago, and we wouldn't be here and spending an hour and a half on this matter. He's got more matters. So.
Question
Yes.
to Deputy City Attorney Cola. Can you help me for a moment on 67.21C, the last sentence? A custodian of any public record.
What do you say about?
67.21C, the last sentence. Custodian of any public record, when not in possession of the record requested, shall assist a requester in directing a request to the proper office or staff person. It's always been my sense that that refers to another office or staff person within San Francisco government, but not necessarily to require them to assist a requester in directing a request to someone outside city government. Do you have an opinion on how broad that assistance requirement is?
I think anytime there's ambiguities, you would try to resolve them in a way that's most favorable to the complainant. So in this instance, reading this, I would say that 67.21C just imposes on a custodian of records a duty to assist in any way they can in helping someone find documents that aren't in their possession.
Okay. Thanks.
I want to wait till Member Washburn returns. So we're going to take a 30-second breather.
I call the question.
Member Oka?
I think we've discussed this to death. I call the question.
What's the question?
I can start the vote and we can delay the.
We can.
I can take the vote and we will delay the final Member Washburn's answer until she returns. The motion is to find violation of Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21E and 67.21C, failure to send a knowledgeable representative, and failure to provide assistance to find the proper documents. On the call of that roll, on that motion, Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Pilpil.
No.
Pilpil, no. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye.
We're
Member
coming back to you.
Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Member Washburn is back, so let's.
Member Washburn.
Aye.
Aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. The motion passes.
So now it's in, kind of in my bucket. Member Washburn, I think there's some compliance and amendment stuff going on here. I'm thinking maybe this should come to your committee. Do you have any comments on that? I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but you know more about your committee than I do.
I think this is more an EOT. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm torn. You did, I'm addressing, whose name I've already forgotten, Ms. McCauley. This is not a reflection on you. As I made my comment, I think we need a little more sunshine, if you will, on this issue. This is not in any way punitive in any way. I just kind of want to hear a little bit more about it. And nothing may come of it. But I think
all right.
Yeah, I think we need to hear maybe because you had said a few times, oh, I can look into that or I can find more information. And I just want to, kind of say, hey, here's a chance to get some more information, the things that you said that you could provide, and maybe, when you and Mr. Petrellis get together again with a smaller subcommittee, we can get into more of this, and, something may come of it, or it may be closed out. But right now, my colleagues and I have said, we want to hear a little bit more. What do you think, Member Washburn?
Yeah, I'd like to have somebody else from the office attend our meeting, though.
Yeah. Okay. Can you arrange that?
Udo.
Can that be arranged? Can we request that or demand that? Okay. So
Why don't we request on the record that we're asking the mayor's office to provide Mr. Goudeau?
Yeah, that'd be great if Mr. Goudeau could come.
Are there any documents that you wish the mayor's office to provide at that meeting?
Or before?
If they have anything at all that provides more information about that event, that would be great.
Okay.
Which committee are we?
I'm leaning to our committee. I'm leaning towards compliance and amendment. Yeah. Okay.
Madam Chair?
Member Nee?
If I can suggest, we could, as part of the order of determination, instruct the respondent to provide Mr. Petrellis with information on where he can find the information that he's requested and not received.
Yeah, can we add that in, Mr. Clerk? Okay.
And no. And perhaps
Member Pilpel?
And perhaps we'll incorporate my comments about the budget and the index codes, and if there's anything further that the mayor's office has that better describes the relationship between the Office of Protocol and the two subject committees. Presumably there's something, because you came up with the text in the February 4th letter, so that didn't just get pulled out of nowhere. So, thanks.
Okay. So that
will be referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and those comments will be added to the order of determination.
Okay, so I can declare that concluded. So our next item is public comment, and I'm a little concerned that we're 55 minutes late, but I want to be cognizant of my colleagues. Are you guys, and I'm sorry, gentleman and lady, okay with forging ahead with public comment? Because doing the math, even if every single person spoke, we'd only be here another 9 or 12 minutes.
I need a break.
You need a break.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I.
Okay, how much you want to do the 10-minute now, and then we'll do public comment? Member Oka? Okay. Thank you, public. We're going to take 10 minutes, exactly 10 minutes. And then we're going to come back for public comment.
Okay.
Public comment. We are recording.
We are recording. Okay, welcome back. We are resuming this meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on June 4th. It is now 6:08, and we are going to item number 4. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk. Why don't you
Item
read
number
that?
4, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
Hi there. Is it time? Are
Yes.
we good?
It is. Go ahead.
Okay, is this working? Yes, we're good. Okay. I don't know if you can see that on your screen, maybe not. I've told you in the past, problems I've had with the Street Arts program of the Arts Commission, their lack of communications, on and on and on. It's still going on. I have no idea why I have now 4 active permits under 2 different permit numbers. I just got something in the mail, didn't have a letter in it, and Of course, I placed a call. There's no answer. I can tell you that the Board of Permits and Appeals ruled unanimously last year to give it back to me. Lack of evidence, okay, fine. I work without it for a year. I was continually harassed by this market manager at Justin Herman Plaza, even though I wasn't around there, didn't even know the guy. So I walked in about 2 weeks ago and paid $170 money order for a permit, and what came in the mail is what you see. I went down to the plaza for about an hour. I was harassed by this same John Tenoy, which I taped on camera. I said nothing, and I left. That was 3 weeks ago. And in these past three weeks, their office has been closed. There's been no voicemail, email redirect. And we just went through that at the compliance and amendments and education and outreach. The emails that they send are coming from 3 and 4 different people in there. They don't communicate among themselves. It's just, I don't leave voice messages. I happened to see them downstairs before this meeting started. They didn't approach me. I didn't approach them. I don't know what's going on here. All that I can tell you is, as many times as the Arts Commission has been in front of the Sunshine Task Force, nothing has changed. It's total chaos over there. How can a person have 4 active permits under 2 different permit numbers? That's got to be illegal. And there was no explanation. I don't know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Derek Kerr. I'm here to report what some critics say about you. At the April 28 Ethics Commission meeting, Mr. Pilpel presented himself as your emissary to reveal that your referral of the Mayanchi versus Ginsburg case, quote, does not tell the full story, unquote. He asserted that contrary to your determination, the violation was not willful and that due process was insufficient. He lamented your lack of clarity in making ethics referrals and pleaded that he was, quote, fighting losing battles over there, unquote, with you. He said, I've spent a huge amount of time preparing findings and explanations that would have been helpful. But because Chair Kit Grant declined to use all of Mr. Pilpel's input, he told ethics that your referral was, quote, not helpful, unquote. At the May 15th Rules Committee meeting, Mr. Pilpel reiterated that you don't understand where due process is attached. At the same Rules Committee meeting, Mr. Todd David cited your incompetence to explain his poor attendance. After mentioning his family obligations, he said that you had been, quote, shifting around dates, unquote. Regular task force meetings were rescheduled because other task force members said, quote, oh, I'm not going to be in town that day, unquote. You left him in the lurch because there wasn't an easy predictability of when meetings were scheduled. He then confided that if you look at a lot of the votes, I'm the only independent thinker of the task force, the one dissenting vote. He then revealed that, quote, it's very easy to be a member of the task force if you get into groupthink. But unlike the rest of you, Mr. David contended, I try to think independently of the merits of the case, unquote.
Thank you.
Mr. Partansky.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Bartensky. Mr. Young forwarded you an email that I sent on May 29th, and in that email I raised a few points and asked for some assistance. Good afternoon. For 5 years I was a member of a similar group in the county of Contra Costa, one of 2 public members. You should receive a copy of my May 29th email to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. I participated in the Washington, D.C. June 2007 workshop towards more transparent e-government and the web, which was hosted by the National Academy of Sciences. In the email, I asked the status of your task force's technology committee, which met back in February of 2012. I couldn't find an action plan relating to technology, nor could I find any evidence that even an outline had been presented. From the standpoint of the issues of how technology, how e-government can be accountable and effective and efficient and all those type of good things, I would assume that has one of your interests, if not the primary interest. The other one was that, lastly, I'd ask for your assistance regarding how Google, Yahoo, or Microsoft or other search engines might be useful to yourself. For your information, Google will be establishing an office here regarding government policy and public relations, government relations. I am applying to be the manager for Google for the city of San Francisco, and I would appreciate any email or any other comments you might have regarding how either one of all 3 of the majors might be helpful to you. It would be helpful if I don't get the job, that you might invite Google manager for government policy and public policy and government relations to talk to you. Maybe you can get these guys to do something that's relevant that you have for the whole city of San Francisco, even if I don't get the job. Thank you very much for your time. Any questions about my experience on the similar task force in Contra Costa County? I was talking to your clerk just a couple minutes ago, and she said she's not 100% satisfied with the director of technology from the standpoint of your information management, indexing records, what have you. And I said, I can appreciate that. But we had in our task force, we had the head of technology as one of our members. We had the legal counsel, not only for the task force, but the whole county as one of our members. We didn't have, unfortunately, the government librarian for the county public library, and we didn't have the historical society represented. And as you can appreciate, those parties who have interest in stockholders too. Thank you very much for your time, Joe Pertansky.
Thank
and
you.
assistance would be appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Potansky.
I also just wanted to say I appreciate seeing Joe. It's been over 15 years since we first met. He came to a task force meeting, several actually, followed the task force very closely in the late 1990s. And it's nice to see Joe again.
Thank you. Any more public comment?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. About 10 years ago, I was working very hard to get information from the library about information it had concerning RFID, a highly privacy-threatening technology, which we were very concerned about having installed in the books for checkout. Turned out well, in any case, what I wanted to say is that the task force specifically asked for the head of personnel to come in on a specific meeting because they thought that person would be the most expert with regard to the supposed repetitive stress injuries that they were claiming people had from the old technology, namely swiping barcodes. The task force had every right. You're not children and you're not subordinates. You are a task force. You don't have subpoena power, but you certainly have the right to say, we would like to hear so-and-so for such and such a purpose, and to expect that they send somebody. And if they don't, to take that as a rather potentially negative sign. While I appreciate very much, well, I shouldn't say while, I do appreciate that you took a break after about 2 hours. I appreciate that, particularly since you don't know how long the next item might actually take. But I heard it mentioned that public comment is 55 minutes late. Well, I think that's not right. And you should ask your city attorney. When you have a special order, which this is, it's exactly as it says on the agenda. Public comment shall be taken at 5 o'clock or as soon thereafter as possible. Actually, a special order is taken after the item current at the specified time is done, whether it's 2 minutes or 20 minutes or 2 hours. So you're perfectly within reason to go and finish up work that's happening and let public comment fall when it does at or after 5 o'clock. Finally, I appreciate very much the scholarship and the care with which Dr. Derek Carr presented his previous comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any more? I'm not sure. Is this general? Okay, general. Not any of the items on the agenda, just to clarify.
Hello, Michael.
So the whole rest of the world, but not your items. Right?
Hello, Michael Petralis again. I would like to call attention to a terrific op-ed column in yesterday's San Francisco Chronicle by 2 members of the Society of Professional Journalists. Unfortunately, I'm blanking right now on their names. This opinion piece was about a number of the problems with this task force and the fact that there are several vacancies that need to be filled and some holdover members on the task force. One thing that I thought was quite diplomatic about this essay was that the authors did not name any specific supervisors who have, shall we say, put up hurdles in terms of getting some additional qualified people to this panel. If you've not read that Chronicle piece, please find it online. And I hope that you'll find some inspiration in it to make more improvements here at the task force. Thank you.
Thank you. And for clarification, it was Thomas Peel and Jeffrey King. Right? Remember, neither from SPJ?
That's correct. They're the co-chairs of SPJ's Freedom of Information Committee.
Gone already?
Yeah. I lost my thought. I was listening to what Mr. Nee was saying. I'm sorry. I'd like to make a suggestion that you put Administrative Code 12L on your agenda. I recently filed a 12L complaint, and I was amazed to learn that nonprofits do not have to comply with any determination that the Sunshine makes. The only penalty for a nonprofit when they violate 12L is that they can lose their city contracts. And as you know, city departments and city agencies don't terminate contracts very often, if at all, ever. So I'd like to hear a discussion of 12L, how to enforce open government and public meetings concerning nonprofits in the city. Secondly, let me say that tomorrow the Rules Committee meets at 2 o'clock, and hopefully they will make recommendations to fill all seats. I urge the 3 members that have been reappointed to attend the 2 o'clock meeting and support the remaining members that are on the task force that are seeking reappointment. I also request, or would like to see, the 3 members who have been reappointed speak about the urgency of making full appointments, particularly the attorney seat. You should be able to rely on a lawyer sitting on your task force, with no offense to Mr. Cola. But you should have independent legal advice, and the Sunshine Ordinance provides that. You have a lawyer seat. That seat should be filled. It hasn't been filled in 2 years, and you should urge the Rules Committee and all the supervisors to fill that seat as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any more public comment? Okay, hearing none. Member Pilpel?
Just to respond very briefly, we have discussed 12L at the EOT committee, and we'll continue to do so, and I'm sure we'll touch on at least aspects of it under item 7 tonight. Thanks.
Mr. Clerk, can you read the next item?
Item number 5, file number 14011, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.7, 67.15, and 67.17 by addressing topics during a public meeting that were not included in the meeting agenda, allowing presenters to speak who are not mentioned in the meeting agenda, and presenting agenda items out of order on January 21st, 2014 agenda.
Madam Chair?
Member Pilpel?
I would move to find jurisdiction. I would just clarify, I think item B is inaccurate. I think this is a hearing on a complaint filed by Mr. Petrellis, not filed by the MTA.
I'm sorry, were you?
I was reading item
Yes, I did not insert Mr. Petrellis' name on section B of this item. The hearing on complaint filed by, I did not enter Mr. Petrellis' name.
Okay, so you'll fix that typo then.
And just to Deputy City Attorney Kohler, are we okay to hear the item? Is it substantially in compliance with respect to the description under B?
Yeah, I think it's fine to hear the item. I don't think, I think it's clear that it was a typo, and I think a reasonable person would understand what the agenda item was supposed to be.
Thank you. And I need a second.
Okay, so I've got a motion, but I need a second.
Second.
Okay, do I have any public comment on the motion for jurisdiction? Yeah, you have to step. Hearing none, then I'm going to declare this. Do I have any objection? Let me just ask that. Okay, I'm going to declare this passed without objection. So we're going to move right into hearing of the complaint. Mr. Petrellis, you will get 5 minutes to make your case. Who's the respondent? I can't see. Hello. Okay.
MTA Board Secretary.
All right, Ms. MTA person, you will then get 5 minutes also.
Hello, Michael Petrellis. I remember this complaint very well because I was here in City Hall for this very important meeting. It had to do with Google Tech buses and assessing a fee on them for using city infrastructure. My complaint goes to the matter of the agenda. The written agenda that the SFMTA put out beforehand made no mention of the supervisors, a number of supervisors who would be speaking at this meeting. During the meeting, Mr. Tom Nolan made some changes to it to allow, first of all, Supervisor Scott Wiener to speak, also Supervisor Campos, and Supervisor Jane Kim. Part of my concern is that good government people who may be interested in what these public officials have to say would not have known that they were going to be speaking at the meeting because the agenda didn't list them. When they showed up at this hearing, whatever was on the agenda was interrupted and they were allowed to speak. I don't think that is permissible. They may be elected officials, but if they are going to be invoking some right of being allowed to disrupt an agenda and be allowed to speak without a time limit, I'd like to know where exactly it is written that they are given this privilege. There's also the matter of the regular public comment was switched to take public comment about the Google tech buses because there was an overflow crowd. I won't get into that for right now. What I would like to address in my remaining time is that the response. Response number 3, page P56. The response to number 3 says that it's the prerogative of the chairman to call items in a manner that he sees fit. In this case, he chose the shuttle buses. Oh, I see that is addressing it. It goes on to say, I allege fiddling with the printed agenda in the course of a meeting to allow elected officials wanting to make speeches without time limits, without treating them equally as members of the public, is a gross violation of sunshine codes. The response reads that members of the Board of Supervisors, when speaking in their official capacity as officers of the City and County of San Francisco, are not members of the public? Huh? Where is this written down? I want to see where it's written in the code that they get this privilege. It's not okay to me. As members of the Board of Soups, they get plenty of time to speak every Tuesday and at their committee things. And if they want to attend the SFMTA meetings and address some hot button issues, get on the agenda beforehand. I think that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we'll hear from the respondent. Oh, I'm sorry. Any members of the public that wish to offer facts and evidence? Hearing none, now we'll hear from the respondent. After which I will then ask if there's any members of the public that want to offer. I'm just going to ask it now.
Good evening. My name is Roberta Boomer. I serve the board, SFMTA Board of Directors as secretary. Thank you for the time today. So in his complaint, Mr. Petrellis alleges that there is no item listing a presentation from members of the Board of Supervisors. There is no requirement in the Sunshine Ordinance that requires presenters to be listed. All three of the supervisors, first of all, Supervisors Wieners and Campos actually did speak as part of item 14, which was properly agendized. That had to do with the commuter shuttle buses. And so they arrived after the item was called. They spoke properly. So there is no violation there. Mr. Petrellis also says that the chairman changed the agenda. The agenda was interrupted. The agenda was not interrupted when they arrived. Actually, they spoke when the item was called. Supervisor Kim spoke as part of the director's report. That day, there was a rally that had happened immediately before the MTA board meeting, in which case people were upset about the pedestrian deaths that had occurred, 7 deaths in December. The most recent to the meeting was Emily Mulinak. They came into the room. It was not expected. As the meeting was going on, we had more and more people coming for the commuter shuttle buses. We had to arrange for an overflow room. We were getting more and more speaker cards. So at that point, Director Riskin decided to talk about pedestrian safety as part of the director's report. So he did so. Jane Kim, Supervisor Kim, came into the room. She spoke, as well as 11 other people. As part of the director's report at that point, I was asked, I informed the chairman that we had an overflow room now. He asked me how many people were here to speak on item number 14, the commuter shuttle buses. At that point, I told him there were only 27 speakers. Eventually, there were 48 speakers for the item. At that point, I had 3 people, including Mr. Petrellis, who had submitted a speaker card for general public comment. At that point, Mr. Chairman Nolan decided that he was going to call item 14 out of order in order to take the item that most people in the audience were there to address. He called that out of order. That is the board's practice to take those items first. He announced that at the time that he was made aware that there were, at the time, only 27 speakers. Mr. Petrellis also raised a concern about allowing members of the Board of Supervisors to speak. And he read our response. This is standard practice. It is the advice from our city attorney's office that members of the Board of Supervisors, when serving in their official capacity, are not members of the public. And I think I will conclude with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Hearing none, I think I heard Mr. Snap Crackle Pop first, so Member Pilpel.
So first to Ms. Boomer. I assume that Mr. Petrellis included the agenda of the meeting. Thank you. The minutes for the meeting weren't submitted as part of your response, so it's difficult to evaluate your responses in relationship to the minutes that we don't have before us. I believe I get your first response that the supervisors addressed the board as part of item 14, and that Supervisor Kim addressed the board in relationship to public comment on the director's report.
Yes.
You indicated on that Supervisor Kim, along with 11 other people, spoke in public comment on the director's report. On your final response relative to the fiddling comment, you assert that members of the Board of Soups, when speaking in their official capacity, are not members of the public. So can you reconcile for me those two responses, that on the one hand, Supervisor Kim spoke as a member of the public under public comment under the director's report, which you said under item 2?
Well, she didn't speak as member. She didn't speak as part of. She spoke right before public comment. So she came into the room, she was recognized, she spoke, and then the chairman took public comment.
Okay. So I guess following up from Mr. Petrellis's suggestion, where is it that you find that officers of the city, when addressing a body...
To your city attorney.
Sorry?
I got that advice from our city attorney, so I'd have to refer you to your city attorney for concurrence.
Okay, well, what was the city attorney who advised you relying on for that?
I didn't ask.
Okay. Does that suggest by extension that any officer of the city and county, when addressing another body, is not subject to public comment time limits? I'm just trying to...
I couldn't opine on that. I would assume that's a rhetorical question. Since I'm not suited, I couldn't answer that question.
So when members of the Board of Soups, or for that matter, any other city officer, address the MTA board, do you apply public comment time limits to them?
No.
Ever?
I did in the past, but after I sought advice from the city attorney and was provided with this advice, I stopped.
Was that advice in writing or oral advice?
It was oral.
With respect to item 3, the changing of the order, was that change to the agenda announced as not at the beginning of the meeting, but when it became known that there were multiple people to speak?
It was immediately. I was asked by the chairman for the number of public speakers for the director's report. I said item 8. He asked then after the director's report, he then asked me, he said after the director's report, then he asked me about the shuttle bus item. I said there were 27 speakers, and he said he's going to call that item after the director's report.
Okay, so we've got the agenda, but not the minutes before us. So in terms of how the meeting actually
And just so you know, the
transpired-
minutes are available online, as is a record of the meeting on SFGTV. So
Absolutely.
it is absolutely
Absolutely, I'm not
available.
questioning that. But just in terms of the evidence before us, the way the meeting ran went through items 1 through 7, and then item 14 was taken, and then item 8, 9, the consent calendar, and the rest of the regular calendar items?
He actually went 1 through 8. He took the Citizens Advisory Council report, and then he went to item 14, then I believe returned to item 9. I couldn't say that for sure.
Okay, but do you recall if public comment was taken, if general public comment?
General public comment was taken after item 14.
Correct, but it was taken before the consent calendar and the other regular calendar items?
I don't recall.
Because that would go to a member of the public's reasonable expectation of the order of the agenda.
It's his general practice that after he takes an item out of order, we go back to the order of business.
Okay.
Where from the point where we left off.
Okay. Thank you. To Deputy City Attorney Cola, could you address my question about members, officers of the city and county, when speaking, whether their official capacity gives them any different rights to comment at a meeting?
Nothing was stated definitively in the Sunshine Ordinance, but I highlighted some sections and some sections of the ordinance and included them in my memo. If you want to look at page 60, the only section that really touched on the issue directly was public comment by members of policy bodies, 67.17. Which starts off by saying that every member of a policy body retains the full constitutional rights of a citizen to publicly comment on the wisdom or propriety of government actions, including those of the policy body of which he or she is a member.
Which is
implies that as a policy body member, even of a different body, that they were still members of the public.
And that they are no more or less a member of the public by virtue of their office?
Well, those are your words, not mine.
I'm asking, is that your interpretation?
Well, because the code is silent on your direct issue, I can't. It's up to interpretation. I think reasonable minds could differ.
Okay. So other than that sentence in 67.17, do you find anything in either the Sunshine Ordinance or the Brown Act that gives an officer of the city and county any greater or different rights to public comment before a policy body of which they're not a member than any other member of the public?
Well, I think that comes down to whether or not they're asserting that those policy body members were making public comment, or if they were presenting as part of an agendized item.
Okay.
I think that's a question that you should ask them, and then.
Great. So back to Ms. Thank you. So back to Ms. Boomer. Were those supervisors speaking as part of the presentation on those items, or were they speaking as members of the public on those items?
You'd have to ask them what they considered they were doing.
Did they identify themselves other than just with
They
respect to their
identified
office?
themselves as, well, the chairman identified them as supervisors, so as members of a policy body.
Were there comments the comments that they made, were they to the merits of the item? Were they speaking as part of the staff presentation on the item, or were they speaking on the merits of whether the proposal should be adopted?
They were speaking about the item 14, and then also on pedestrian safety.
Okay. So how would that not be treated like a member of the public speaking in support and opposition, or just as comment on the merits of an item?
Well, because as we've received the advice from the city attorney that when they're acting in their official capacity, they are not members of the public within the meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Maybe we're going around on this.
We are.
Can you tell me who provided that advice?
John Kennedy.
but you can't cite any particular section. He wasn't quoting a section. He was just offering a verbal opinion on that. Is that what you said earlier?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Can I ask a question? And,
Okay, then I'm going to.
just maybe to bring
Yes.
some clarity. When these supervisors were speaking, did they speak before other members of the public on the particular items?
Supervisor Kim did, Supervisors Weiner and Campos did not.
Okay. I guess that's all I have.
I've got members David, member Washburn, anybody else? Okay, go ahead, member David.
So I just want to say that I've been to multiple Board of Supervisors subcommittee meetings as well as Board of Education meetings where other elected officials were given the opportunity to speak, and they were allowed to do so without a time limit, that they were always treated as if they were speaking on the agendaized item. And so it seems to me that in my anecdotal experience that is fairly common practice to give an elected official time to speak with untimed amount to speak. That's all.
Member Washburn?
I think my question's been answered, except I think this just common sense reading of the ordinance 67.17, I think it really is open to interpretation. And it would be reasonable to think that if an elected official is speaking at any one of a number of hearings that about which he or she may have some opinion, then speaking during the time when public comment is being taken, that person should be treated like a member of the public. But if that elected official is speaking before public comment is open, then maybe that would allow for more time. But my reading of 6717 is that any elected official can go speak wherever, whenever, but as like a member of the public, with, in that case, being subject to some time constraints. So I think it depends on how what actually transpires at a given agenda item. And maybe Supervisor Kim in this instance was speaking as part of the discussion amongst the MTA commission discussion, and the other supervisors were speaking more off the cuff or as part of public comment.
Sure, I didn't lose the. Okay, thank you, Member Washburn. This side of the room's done. Don't have anything, Member Oka? Member Highland? Go ahead, Member Oka.
Let me see here. I want to make sure I'm heard here. Okay, I think everybody can hear me.
Yes.
Being that I'm the most recent former member of the MTA board, this practice is consistent with the way that the SFMTA Board of Directors has been advised by the city attorney. And so in that respect, there's nothing unusual. And frankly, I've always treated members of the Board of Supervisors and any elected official as not members of the public, because when they speak, they are speaking in their official capacity 99 out of 100 times. At least that's been my experience. So That's my comment.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? All right. Member Pilpel, quickly.
I found a section of the city charter that may bear on this. Section 2.114. This is under the Article 2, the legislative branch, non-interference in administration, the third paragraph. Notwithstanding any other provisions of this section, it shall not constitute prohibited interference for a member of the Board of Supervisors to testify regarding administrative matters other than specific contract and personnel decisions at a public meeting of a city board, commission, task force, or other appointed body, or for the Board of Supervisors to adopt legislation regarding administrative matters other than specific contract and personnel decisions. It's not particularly on point as to the question of how much time should be allotted, but it does speak to some degree whether a member of the Board of Supervisors commenting at another public meeting may do so in their official capacity. I guess where I'm leaning on this is that there may be a violation if a policy body doesn't time and doesn't offer the same amount of time to an officer testifying unless they're asking a question of an officer, just as we ask questions of individuals at the task force. And when we ask a question, it's generally not timed. But it seems in the absence of some other controlling statute that a member of the Board of Supervisors or any other city officer, when testifying, does so subject to the public comment time limits that are otherwise applicable in the same manner as someone else speaking on an item. I'm not finding any other law that provides otherwise. I'd like to hear if there is one. That was the best I could do.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. So hearing no other comments from the task force members, we're going to move to first the respondent and then the complainant to give us 3 minutes for rebuttals and conclusions. So we will start with Ms. Boomer.
Thank you. I think the only thing to add was the question of when they speak, whether before public comment or during public comment. Our board meetings happen at the same time as members, as the Board of Supervisors. They often will come over in the middle of a break. They don't know when our public comment comes. When they show up, out of deference to them and to get them back to their meeting, they are invited to speak. And so it is not a determining factor. You cannot say that it's a determining factor that when they speak, whether it's in the middle or at the start, that's a very difficult line to draw given that they are coming over in the middle of their meeting. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Petralis, you have 3 minutes.
Hi. First, I want to address the matter of changing the agenda regarding general public comment and public comment on the tech buses. I did not know there were only 3 individuals who wanted to speak during general public comment, myself included. I don't think it would have really disrupted things to just follow the agenda. Let those 3 people speak. I do remember dealing with a number of sheriff's deputies about the cards, and, I was playing by the rules. I was following the instructions, and then I'm thinking I'm going to be having my public comment time very soon, and then before I know it, Tom Nolan is saying, well, we're changing that, and basically I'm going to have to wait a few hours to do it. Why do we have the rules if they're just going to be changed in the middle of the meetings like that? The second matter I want to address is really interesting. Thanks to Commissioner Pilpel finding that information, I think that one good thing that's come out of this complaint is we now know something is in writing somewhere that gives the soups this privilege. And I believe this development speaks to why we need this task force. This is a good thing that has come out of my complaint, regardless of how you're going to vote. And it's really weird that myself, as a critic of city government many times, I'm basically doing the soups a favor in this matter, thanks to David and what he's found. And I just hope that your commission members will bring this up to the Board of Soups, to others, members of the press and everyone else, about the importance of this task force cannot be underestimated. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the task force, this is your opportunity to bring up
You want a motion?
a motion, if you
I have a motion.
one. Let me look to my right first. I see none. Member Pilpel?
I don't know if I'll have a second, but I will move to find a violation of Section 67.15C for not applying time limits uniformly to members of the public wishing to testify.
I second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
So further to the issue, I'm not speaking to 67.17. I'm not speaking to the changing of the order of the items, just to this question of essentially members of the Board of Supervisors speaking and not being subject to public comment time limits.
Okay. So we have anything else before I call for public comment? No one else? Okay. So now we will take public comment on the motion that's on the floor, and anybody who has not offered facts and evidence gets 3 minutes to comment on this motion. Sorry about that. Okay.
I'm Peter Warfield, and again, I'm not a party to this, nor have I studied it closely, but I have heard most, if not all, of your discussions. The fact that something is common practice doesn't necessarily make it right. There's a lot of stuff that's common practice, which is wrong, and it's up to you to make your determination appropriately under the law and based on the facts. It's certainly very clear that people bend over backwards when His Royal Highness so-and-so or, some distinguished personality and so on. But that's not what the Sunshine requires. It requires equal treatment. As 67.17C, which was not, I believe, included with the city attorney's quotation with regard to the law. But let's look at the part he did include on page P60 in his memorandum, page 7. This is the first sentence. Every member of a policy body retains the full constitutional rights of a citizen to comment publicly on the wisdom or propriety of government actions, including those of the policy body of which he or she is a member. In other words, you can go elsewhere and make comments if you want to as a member of a policy body, but there you are a citizen. And not the honorable this, that, or the other thing. You're a citizen. And therefore, I, who may not have the titles, and you who may not, and anybody else gets equal treatment under the law. And I would quote it to you if I had it in my hand again. 67.17C requires equal treatment. There was another thing, so I certainly support the motion. There was also something about Supervisor Kim talking about the director's report. What did she have to do with the director's report? Again, even if you would buy the argument of the respondent, I don't think she was anything to do with the director's report. Generally speaking, when you have a body, you act, you discuss, you question. But if you're going to have somebody special presenting, you post it on the agenda. We're going to have so-and-so who's an expert on such and such giving us a talk about whatever in his or her capacity as such and such. And that's what they should have done. Thank you.
Do I have any more public comment on the motion? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Clerk, let's go with a roll call vote.
On that motion, Member Nee.
Can you reread it? Thanks.
Motion to find violation of 67.15C by not applying time limits uniformly to the public. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member David.
No.
David, no. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
No.
Fisher, no. The motion fails.
Okay, can we call the, Mr. Clerk?
There being no further motions, the matter is concluded.
Oh, sorry. I banged prematurely. Can you call the next item?
Item number 6, file number 14021, complaint filed by the Library Users Association against Ben Rosenfield, Controller's Office, for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance Sections 67.21 and 67.25 and California Government Code Section 6253 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely manner.
Okay, so I see I have the controller, and I have Mr. Warfield. I'll need a motion for jurisdiction.
So move.
I've got to move.
Second.
I got a second. Good. I'll take public comment on the motion for jurisdiction, and hearing none. Why don't we get right into the...
Vote on the jurisdiction?
Oh, sorry. Can we
Is there
pass...
any objection
Is there
to
any objection?
jurisdiction? There is no objection to find jurisdiction.
Okay, so we're going to pass that without objection. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now we can move into the hearing. So, a complainant, you know you get 5 minutes. Respondent, you will then get 5 minutes, and then we will discuss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I did want to point out that your attorney's letter of May 29th has omitted some additional correspondence that occurred May 28th, just so you keep that in mind, in the back of your mind. This is about a fairly straightforward request for fairly straightforward information that seems to have gotten tied up and bollocksed up somehow or another in the controller's office, and I would urge you to perhaps inquire how that happened. We have been reluctant to file a complaint and to bring a complaint, but I think it's important when there are so many, shall we say, errors, that there be some attention paid. Our complaint, which is on your page P81, was dated February 14th. Library Users Association has repeatedly requested basic information from the Controller's Office and Controller Ben Rosenfield, starting with an immediate disclosure request sent by email and dated January 22nd, 2014. We received no reply at all initially, violating the timeliness requirement of an immediate disclosure request. After we sent a second request, January 27th, which is 5 days later, and made a subsequent personal visit during which we talked to Controller Ben Rosenfield directly, we got additional requested material, but not all we requested. We sent a third request 1 week ago, February 7th, to the controller and others in his office, but have had no response. We request a public hearing on the denial of documents and the delay of document provision by the controller personally and by his office collectively. Thank you for your attention, and so on and so forth. So I'd like to point out that our immediate disclosure request came January 22nd, a Wednesday, late afternoon, we expected a response the 23rd. Instead, on the 27th, we sent a second request 5 days later. No response was received. We then went to the controller's office and spoke with Ben Rosenfield and made it clear that this wasn't being handled appropriately. He seemed concerned, but by February 7th, there still was no response, and so we sent a third request. At that time, we specifically noted in capital letters, we have still not received the we labeled it third request and said, we have still not received the material mentioned in item B of our original immediate disclosure request. And we also added, in caps, at this time, we also ask you to send us a copy electronically. And then we attached the history. We didn't get any response, and so a week later, we finally filed our complaint on the immediate disclosure request about 3 weeks after first having filed it. The administrator sent a notification to Monique Zamuda, the deputy controller, I believe. No response was received. Second request, March 28th. The administrator sent a second request and got a reply March 31st, in which she said she hoped that the matter was no longer to be referred because we have fulfilled the request. So what happened in the meantime? In late March, either the controller or Ms. Zamuda approached me personally at a Board of Supervisors meeting and asked if I'd gotten everything that I wanted, and I said no, absolutely not. And if you look at my last third request, it was spelled out quite clearly, I thought, and please check that. You'd think that perhaps the controller would get the materials pronto. 1 week later, because I happen to be in the Board of Supervisors, perhaps they think I'm hired to go there. I'm not, but I was there. And I got an envelope, I believe from Ms. Zamuda, which contained paperwork that appeared to satisfy the complaint. And again, remember, this was late March on a request made January 22. That's basically the timeline. We still have not received, as requested electronically, at least Part B of our request, which we specifically asked for in our third request. And so we're asking you to follow what the city attorney has suggested, and that is 2 sections of Sunshine and 1 section of the California Public Records Act. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the task force. Monique
Point of
Zuda.
order.
Facts
and evidence.
Oh, why do I always lose that? Do I have anybody with any facts and evidence to support the complainant? Hearing none, let's move on to the respondent.
Thank you. My name is Monique Zmuda. I handle and coordinate most of the public record requests within the controller's office. Mr. Warfield had requested the information as stated, and we believe that we fulfilled the notice. It was a miscommunication within the controller's office. I do admit that, and I did apologize to Mr. Warfield. The information that he requested is generally available on our website, and Mr. Warfield pointed out that either there was a disconnect on the website, or for some reason the information that we assumed was available, minutes and other kinds of routine items, was not available. So that was repaired, and we assumed that Mr. Warfield had the information. When I double-checked with him to be sure he had everything he needed, he did say that the information was still outstanding. So we copied the information and gave it to him. And I also know from Mr. Warfield not long ago that he said that he was still awaiting the electronic copy. And I went to my office and I sent it. So I will do it again, and perhaps there's some error. There's never been an effort or an intention to delay or disrupt or not provide information. We provide much information to many, many people in San Francisco in a timely way. We do track all the requests. Very often, the information that is requested requires us to do analysis and do work, and therefore we can't meet the deadline. That was not the case here. Mr. Warfield was asking for information that was available to us that we provided to him. However, it was late. And so the only thing I can do is I can apologize to you and let you know that we have, again, trained and advised our staff about the importance of the deadlines, the importance of tracking it, and identifying exactly what was requested and what was provided. What happened here is that there was a miscommunication about not having fulfilled the entire request. So I am not happy about having to come here to you and tell you that we missed the deadline for something that was very easy to provide. And it will not happen again as far as I'm concerned and as far as the controller is concerned. I did wait until Tuesday when I knew I could see Mr. Warfield and see him directly. I handed the papers over to him directly, so I knew that it had been fulfilled. So perhaps I could have mailed it or emailed it, but I was also told that Mr. Warfield does not have access to email. So I wanted to make sure that I personally delivered the information.
Hold up a sec. Do I have anybody that wants to introduce facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to turn it over to the task force members.
Madam Chair.
And we're going to go with Member Nee and then Member Pilpel.
Mr. Warfield, please.
I was going to start with myself, but I thought, everybody else go first.
What requested documents are you still missing?
We are missing anything electronic from what I can determine from a search of our sfgov.org received materials. And particularly item B, which we mentioned, and as we said in our initial immediate disclosure request, we specified that the links were broken. The information generally that we asked for was information regarding the blip.
Sorry, we're not getting the overhead tonight.
Not working.
What's
Not
that?
working. We don't see the overhead tonight. It's not coming through on this end.
Oh.
Maybe we could just turn
Can we turn it?
Swivel
No,
the
he's.
screen. Yeah, if we just.
Hit the screen.
Mr. Clerk, what would you like to have happen here? You want to have the swivel or the?
Either or.
All right, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Petrellis.
Okay.
Now, if you can just turn those letters for us.
Lucky you didn't break it.
That's why I kind of wanted Victor to call it, but all right, carry on.
So we asked for the agenda packet plus anything else provided to the GOBOC committee, the Citizens General Obligation Bond Oversight Committee, which was meeting the next day. So basically just the agenda item. As Ms. Zamuda said, it was fairly straightforward. Didn't require a lot of stuff, searching or anything like that. B, we also note that the controller's homepage shows links to the following items, but the links were broken, did not work when we checked this afternoon, and so we asked to inspect at your office and to have a paper copy of 1, Charter Section, and 2, Administrative Code related to GOBOC and CGOBOC. GOBOC was the previous term for the committee. And third, the GOBOC bylaws, current bylaws. Is it large enough to see?
For some people.
All right, and then we asked for an audit just issued on library contracts with a vendor. I can show you, if you like, our third request, where we said specifically what we still had not received, which is a lot smaller. I don't know if you want me to. How can I zoom this, Victor?
Follow up when we get there.
Oh, there it is.
Follow up on what?
Okay.
I'm not going to.
So at that time, we said we still have not received the material mentioned in item B of our original immediate disclosure request. We had noted that these were not available on your website as advertised, and I believe we're told in the office, that was from the personal visit, that they had been having trouble with the links. And I believe we're told in the office that there had been difficulties with the website. And then in caps, at this time we ask you to send us a copy electronically. The material requested in item B of our January 22nd request is as follows. And then we laid out again what it was that we were looking for and that it hadn't yet been sent. So basically, this was all about a meeting that was happening the next day with GOBOC, the Citizens General
Obligation Bond Oversight Committee.
And basically background as to its creation and its duties. We like to be prepared, we like to know what we're talking about, and we like to know what it is that they are actually responsible for and have a duty to do.
Hang on a sec. Member Pilpil, you have a question?
So, Mr. Warfield, the information that you're presenting now was not in our packet. Can you refer to page 88 of the packet for a moment? You have that?
Yeah.
An email from Victor back in February asking for a copy of the immediate disclosure request and the response from the controller. Did you respond to this email?
I received it, but I did not send anything in expectation that keeping it as simple as possible would be the best approach and that I could provide materials as requested if necessary. I don't think there's been any argument from the controller about the dates or the requests or any other factual material that we've presented.
Well, I'm glad that the two of you know what's going on, because from my perspective, I don't have any evidence before me about what the request was and what the response was. So it's going to be difficult for me to find a violation here. I'm just telling you that.
Well, you've heard Ms. Zamuda say that they did not satisfy the request promptly.
Right, but I don't know what the request is. I'm sorry, I can't see what's on the screen from here. I wasn't provided this material as part of the complaint. I don't know what you initially requested except for what you just expressed, and I don't know how the controller responded. So as I say, I'm going to have a hell of a time finding any kind of violation here. There was a request from Victor to provide the reference documents, and you chose not to do so.
He said, I believe,
please provide the reference documents if
provided.
possible. Thank you.
Right.
And thank you to Victor for asking for that. That's, sort of material information before us in order to make a reasonable determination. You're providing stuff on the night of the hearing, none of which was in the packet. So,
the complaint was in the packet, and it made very clear what the dates were of the requests.
And not what the subject matter was.
Basic question.
Sorry, not what the subject matter was. I can't tell at all from here what you were seeking.
Well, do you want me to read it again? I just read it, and I showed it.
No, I would like it to have been before us in the packet, and you chose not to provide that, so I'm done. All right, I'm done.
Do I have any other comments or questions from the task force members? Member Washburn? I always just call on you because you always have something.
No, I just want to respectfully say to my colleague that it was clear to me reading over this that a request was made, an immediate disclosure request, and it was clear that there was no response within 24 hours. Regardless of what was asked for, it doesn't really matter if nothing was given and there was no response. After a week, there's a violation. And the respondent has admitted to such.
Did you have something, Member Highland?
No, I just think that
that sums it up.
Washburn summed it up very nicely, and we can probably get concluding remarks and move on at this point.
Okay, are we ready, members, for
rebuttal?
I'll take that as a yes. So the respondent, do you have 3 minutes?
Thank you. Just in summary, I just emailed to Mr. Warfield again the minutes and the bylaws of the general obligation. I had done it before. I know that I did because I show that in my sent columns. The information that Mr. Warfield asked for the day before the meeting should have been available. It was not available. It was available the day of the meeting. The administrator who staffs that particular committee knew that the information was available, so when I asked her whether Mr. Warfield received it, she said yes, because he was at the meeting and the information was available. So again, it was a miscommunication. The link is working. I just checked on it. The GOBAC bylaws is on the website. It has been available for a long time. And so we do believe that we satisfied all of it. I apologize for it not being timely. It was a miscommunication. What he was asking for is not unreasonable. It's common. It's information we have and we make available to the public. So I really don't think that we will be having this conversation again.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Warfield, you have 3 minutes for rebuttals and conclusions.
Thanks very much. I have a very high respect for the controller, and that's part of the reason why I sent 3 requests and a visit before considering filing a complaint. I was very disappointed that it took a week after it was yet again clear in late March that it took a week to provide the materials, and if I hadn't been at that meeting, maybe it would have taken 2 or 3 or who knows how many weeks. Ms. Zamuda says that I don't have email. Well, that's a bit of a mystery because all of these emails that were sent by all of the immediate disclosure requests were sent by email, and again, I can show you those. Perhaps I'm not sure where a misunderstanding about that might have occurred, but the request was made by email, and in the 3rd request that I showed you, I specifically asked for the material to be sent electronically. How and why the controller so often delayed the response of something, as she herself says, should and could have been available the next day or certainly in time for the meeting, but if not, still, as Member Washburn says, there should have been a response, and it shouldn't have been necessary to make an ordeal out of this. One of the things that you can do that's a little bit troubling, little bits of information keep coming out about what happened and how. I'm not sure on what basis Ms. Zamuda might have been told at the GOBAC meeting that I'd gotten everything I had asked for. So it seems there were multiple problems. I would be glad if you would look into it further, but I think for the moment, it's certainly clear that the timeliness issue, which is my main concern, was far from satisfied. With respect to Ms. Zamuda's sending material, I don't doubt it, but I would love to have seen her bring, as I have brought my requests, I would have liked to see something brought here as evidence. There have been extremely rare cases where, in fact, I believe people sent things in good faith and they simply did not get to my email inbox. That has happened very rarely. Another possibility is if it was sent from some odd email and not from the controller's sfgov.org email, those things won't go into my filtered file and conceivably might have gotten overlooked if they, for example, were sent from a personal email. But I would have liked to see the evidence from Ms. Zamuda that she has sent the stuff. I'd love to see it again. I do have access to email, and the multiple delays, I think, were just very wrong.
You have a Member Pilpel, you have a question?
Just a question for Ms. Zamuda. You made reference to the staff person who supports Seago Bach. Who is that currently?
Mara Lane.
It's Ms. Lane. Okay, thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask if anyone has a motion. Member Washburn.
I move to find violation of Section 6721A, I believe, and Section 67.25A.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Did you have?
Yeah.
Member David.
Can we discuss the motion?
We can discuss the motion, and then we'll go to public comment.
Perfect, great.
So go ahead.
So I have no problem. I think clearly everyone agrees that there is that there was a violation here. I think my concern is that the remedy might be perhaps worse than the problem. The cure might be worse than the illness. So what I would like to propose, or at least I feel like we've done something like this similarly in the past, where we have found a violation for the record, but then closed out the case. Like, I don't feel like that this needs to go to, a subcommittee. I think that for the record, we should find a violation and then close out. Deputy City Attorney, is that something? Is that?
It's called the chair.
I would agree.
Oh,
with
I'm sorry,
David.
It's called the chair.
Call the
Yeah.
chair. Okay, so that's my only comment. Is that's what I would like to see happen.
I would concur with that.
Okay, so can we open it up to public comment? Member Washburn.
Yeah, I tend to agree unless there's a sense that possibly some training might happen if there's a systemic problem at the controller's office. I don't know. I don't know if that was the case. There's an awful lot of missed opportunities to provide the information.
Okay, thanks. Do I have any public comment? I can't see over the podium, so yeah, there you go.
I don't normally favor city agencies and departments, but I will say I'm troubled by this discussion. I don't see in the packet any IDR. I see an assertion by Libraries Association, whatever that entity is. I know Mr. Warfield is the executive director, but the complaint was by the Libraries Association. And he summarized saying he sent an IDR, but I haven't seen the IDR in the packet. So it would have been helpful to have Mr. Warfield present the IDR.
We're here.
We're good? Okay, we're good. I'm glad to hear we're good.
Just week 2 thought?
And, in hindsight, this case probably should have been heard first. The Controller's Office is dealing with $8.6 billion in the city budget in the next 2 weeks. So in hindsight, I think that this matter should have been heard originally rather than having the Controller's Office stay here till 7:30 at night. But I'm troubled by a violation without seeing the IDR. It's not in your packet. There's an assertion by the complainant that one was filed, but I'd like to see the IDR. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have?
Thank you very much.
Sorry, it was me. I was.
You can't unplug. You're in violation of unpluggisness Spartacus or something.
We got the screen back here.
Yeah, we're good.
For the public comment.
Yeah, Member Sims did that. So where are we? We're done with public comment. No further comment. Seeing none. Member Nee.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move for a separation of the two violation motions. Make it 2 motions. Take 6721A and 6725A separately.
And
there's no issue with that.
We can certainly explain
Don't I
to
need
us.
a second, though, on each of
No,
those?
Need to explain.
No, but I'm asking Member Nee if you can explain
No.
to us why you see them differently.
Well,
So we're going to have 2
number
votes.
Yes.
don't think, I don't think there's any doubt as to 6725A. The respondent even pretty much admitted to it. But in terms of 6721A, I'm troubled by the same thing that Member Pilpel mentioned earlier, and that is really a lack of evidence provided on the part of the complainant. And I'm not sure that there is a 6721A there. I think if we took this motion as a unified motion, I have concerns that it would fail, and so I want to separate out 67.25A because I think that has a good chance of passing, and there should be at least that violation found.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining.
So we'll do those separately?
Yes.
And so why don't we restate the motion quickly and do the roll call votes?
On the motion to find violation of 67.21A, Member Nee.
No.
Nee, no. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpel.
No.
Pilpel, no. Member David.
No.
David, no. Member Highland.
No.
Highland, no. Member Oka.
No.
Oka, no. Vice Chair Fisher.
No.
No. On the motion to find violation of 67.25A, Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpel.
No.
Pilpel, no. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. The motion passes.
Yes, it does. So I've given this a lot of thought over the last several hours, and Ms. Samuda, you know, you're amazingly persuasive, but I got to tell you, this was a violation. But I'm taking that with, I mean, first of all, I just checked. You've got like 200 people in your organization, and you're number 2. So I want to put out there that I appreciate you showing up and being here. It doesn't, we'd love for it to happen, but we don't always get the top people and the people that really know. And, you know, your argument was very right. You know, we didn't have to ask for other people, so I just want to say how much I appreciate that. But, you know, Mr. Warfield was persuasive. This was a violation. Having said that, and Mr. Warfield even said he wants some attention paid to this. I think we've paid some attention to this. So I'm willing to say let's just keep it in the record. We don't see you here a lot, which is a good thing, and don't do it again. That's kind of where I am
We do
on
take this very
Yeah.
seriously, and
I
we work
appreciate
very
that.
hard at it day in and day out.
Yeah.
And Mr. Warfield is very well known to us, and we missed the beat.
I'm going to say his argument was very persuasive, but knowing what I know about you and your organization, I don't foresee this happening again. If it does, well, we'll all be here. So thank you. That's all I've got.
I might not.
You might not what?
I might not be here.
I know.
And unfortunately, I have to leave for another engagement, but I'm waiting for Member Washburn to get back.
Hey, so we will...
But Member Nee, you can always be here as member of public, and we won't have a time limit as much as you want to speak.
Noted.
So to be clear on the record, we're not referring this matter.
Not going anywhere.
Violation found, no referral.
Victor's got it. Mr. Clerk has it. So, Mr. Clerk, can you call the next item? We still have quorum. You can
Item number
call the
7,
item.
file number
Oh,
14022, complaint
may
filed
go
by
ahead.
Michael Petralis against the San Francisco Host Committee and the Office of the City Administrator as the city agency department, which is a party to and/or is the administrator of the nonprofit organization's contract for allegedly violating Administrative Code Chapter 12L through failure of a nonprofit organization receiving more than $250,000 a year from the city and county in San Francisco to hold the required 2 meetings annually.
So before we start, this is a bit of an anomalous case for us, or at least for me. I'm going to ask DCA COLA to give a little explanation. Down just below C, there's that parenthetical italics. I don't need you to read it, but maybe you can share with myself and the other members of what our role really is here. This is not a typical case where we're going to find violations, et cetera. So it's just so we are all going in with this.
Well, you can offer, if you find that you have jurisdiction, after determining, whether or not the complainant had filed the proper, or he had followed the proper procedure to request documents from a nonprofit, then
Hold on a sec.
you can move forward. But
Mr. Piccirillo, we're hearing from our, go on.
you can move forward, but you can only issue an advisory opinion as far as, well, how you think a city agency should proceed in helping him obtain those documents.
Okay, so our options here then, if I can flow chart this in my head, is we don't find jurisdiction, and then we don't find jurisdiction, or we do find jurisdiction,
And then offer
but then
an
we're
advisory opinion.
advisory opinion.
Mhm.
Okay, so it's all hinging on whether we find jurisdiction or not, also, sort of.
Like anything else.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is everybody clear on that before we start? I just want to kind of get that out there. Okay, so I'll need well, do we have jurisdiction? Good, pull your.
I just want to be
Member
clear that
David?
this complaint is against it's against San Francisco Host Committee and the Office of the City Administrator, right? I mean, so it's we have to find. There's a question of jurisdiction of potentially a jurisdiction question for two separate entities. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, both the host committee and the administrator's office were named as respondents. So,
But only the host committee would fall under the 12L question, not the city administrator.
but the city administrator is only named as a respondent for the purpose of obtaining the documents from the host committee.
Okay. Thank you.
But regardless, even if you find jurisdiction over them, the basis is 12L, and 12L only authorizes an advisory opinion.
Okay, thank you.
I want to get some clarification. Who is the respondent for this case? Is it Mr. Barnes? Okay. And you're hold on a sec. And you're representing, sort of stuck on this. You're representing the city administrator? Come on up. Yeah, I've asked you the question, so go ahead.
For the benefit of the public, Bill Barnes, Office of the City Administrator, representing the Office of the City Administrator, and we contest jurisdiction both on behalf of the Office of the City Administrator and on behalf of the nonprofit San Francisco Host Committee.
Okay.
And we can talk about that at the appropriate time.
Which will be shortly. Member Highland?
Actually, I was going to ask them. I mean, we're talking about jurisdiction now, so this is the time.
Yeah, don't go too far. Yeah, we're talking. I mean, I wasn't sure if we were sort of splitting hairs, that maybe we have jurisdiction over the city administrator, but maybe not.
So, Mr. Barnes, can you present your case on jurisdiction?
Hold up a second. Hang on a sec. Okay, go ahead.
The hour's late, and so I'll be concise. Chapter 12L of the Administrative Code, enacted in 1999, provides that nonprofit organizations that receive in excess of $250,000 from all city sources have to meet certain requirements about public meetings of their boards of directors, as well as inspecting certain documents that they may have. What was alleged here is that a nonprofit that received those funds did not, in fact, meet the public meeting requirements. There were no requests around records. The issue was, or did their board of directors meet publicly? Were those notices properly submitted to the library, to the clerk of the board of supervisors? I understand that they came here, the complainant came here first, and was told that because they hadn't exhausted their administrative remedies, which were to file a complaint with the grant-making agency, which is us, that they needed to wait to do that. So subsequent to coming here on March 5th of 2014, Mr. Petrellis lodged a formal complaint about the host committee with the city administrator's office. We conducted our review. The reason why we contest jurisdiction is because the city administrator issued a letter to the complainant, which is in your file, basically saying that we reached our conclusion, and there was no new complaint filed by Mr. Petrellis about that decision and our proposed remedy, which was to make other nonprofits aware of the requirement. We didn't think it applied here. So when we were talking to the clerk, there's still a reliance on the complaint that was filed here back in February, but that was before we went through all the steps, had the investigation, requested all the records, responded to both the host committee and Mr. Petrellis. I would add add that Chapter 12L says it's not the supervisor's intent to impose the same requirements on nonprofits as it is on city agencies. There's a cost-neutral provision in 12L, and so we believe that if you are to find jurisdiction, it would only be with relation to the city administrator, our investigation, and recommendations, but we don't think the code provides that nonprofits have to come for these 12L complaints in the same way that a city department would for a sunshine complaint. What's at issue here is whether the determination that we made furthers the interest of public access and all of that. So when we talked to the clerk's office, we sort of said, how should this be featured on the agenda? Initially, it said host committee only, then it said city administrator, actually administrative services, then it said both. And so at this point, we have responded with a letter. There was not a new complaint after the city administrator's letter alleging some deficiency in her finding, and for that reason, we don't think jurisdiction exists. But if the task force is to find jurisdiction, we would ask it just be in relation to that letter and the proposed steps that we came up with after our investigation.
Okay, thanks. Are there any members of the public that want to introduce facts and evidence in support of the respondent with regard to jurisdiction? Hearing none, Mr. Petralis, just to be specific, this is still jurisdiction, so you have 5 minutes to make your case regarding jurisdiction.
This complaint grew out of the complaint I lodged about the diplomats' party in December. Okay, so eventually I am told by the mayor's office about the San Francisco host committee paid for that party. I go and look at the IRS 990 tax return for the San Francisco Host Committee, and I see in the section about government grants, they're getting government grants. I file a request for the contracts with the General Services Administration, and lo and behold, I believe Bill can confirm this, I believe I've requested for the past 6 years of grants. It turned out each year the host committee was getting $250,000. Well, I was like, oh, $250,000, Sunshine Act 12L kicks in, but there's no documentation down at the library that they're holding any public meetings. So it's all getting real confusing, and it took a public records request to the city administrator to get some answers about what was going on with their investigation. They weren't forthcoming with this information about how they were investigating my complaint. Mr. Barnes talks about there hasn't been a subsequent complaint filed after I got the letter from Naomi Kelly. Well, let me tell you, after getting a runaround and literally having to chase Bill into his office after weeks of no replies to emails and phone calls, I only have a certain amount of energy, okay, to run after these people, literally run after them. I want to show you a grant agreement between the city and the San Francisco Host Committee. Grant amount is $260,000 from July 1st, 2013 to 2014. Yet the letter from the attorney for this host committee and for the and Naomi Kelly's letter says, oh, the host committee isn't getting $250,000. They're getting $260,000 according to the grant agreement. This gets back to Charlotte Schultz, the protocol chief. She's the head of this nonprofit. So she's technically, she's not paid as a city employee, but she gets $250,000 each year for this host committee to put on parties. If the 12L is not part of your jurisdiction, where do I go with this complaint?
Oh, perfect timing. Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone who wants to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Specifically to jurisdiction. Okay, so now task force members, you can question respondent and complainant regarding the issue of jurisdiction. Member Nee.
Madam Chair, Mr. Barnes, please. Regarding the claim by the administrator's office that the host committee receives less than $250,000 a year, you see on the screen evidence to the contrary. Also, I guess the complaint doesn't refer to something that occurred this year. It's something that occurred to the previous fiscal year. So I guess that leaves us to question both parties as to whether you have any evidence as to how much the host committee received in the 2012-13 fiscal year.
So let me see if I can take those questions in order. The complaint that was, well, actually, I'll take them in the reverse order. The complaint that was different, was filed with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is different than the complaint that was subsequently filed with the City Administrator's Office. So after fulfilling Mr. Petrellis' Public Records Act request, he expanded his request to all 6 years of funding where he believed that there was, where the organization had received more than $250,000. I don't really want to get into the merits. Suffice it to say that under these grant agreements, that's a maximum not to exceed amount. That's not the amount that someone may have actually received. In addition, our investigation found that there were other payments from other city entities which had to be taken in the aggregate. So the Port of San Francisco gave $5,000 and the Department of the Environment gave $50. We got those records from the Controller's Office, and those data points are in the City Administrator's letter. So the way that we've interpreted this issue is that you actually have to receive the money in excess, and while this grant agreement allows for reimbursement up to that amount, the host committee has not received that amount in the current year, and the letter from their attorneys say that they do not intend to. I would add one final point, which is that the grant agreement prepared by the city attorney's office for us with the host committee doesn't allow us to continue enforcing certain provisions after the termination of the agreement. So each year, once all the funds are expended, the agreement terminates, and if there's a decision to fund them in the next year, there's a new agreement. In the current year's agreement, that's what we're investigating, because that's the legal document that we have jurisdiction over to take a remedy. We can't go back to 2012, 2011, 2003 to make those determinations and enforce it, because those provisions don't survive the expiration of the contract. So I hope that's helpful, but those were sort of my responses to your questions.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Member Nee.
Mr. Petrellis, having heard what Mr. Barnes just told us, do you have any evidence that the host committee received $250,000 or more, either in 2012-13 or 2013-14?
Yes, and I believe that this documentation, which came from Mr. Barnes, was provided to the task force. I don't see it in this package here. I don't know what's happened to it. Bill, would you confirm that you did send me those contracts or agreements?
Yeah, sure.
Do you happen to have them with you?
I don't, but let me actually, if I may, I'll help bolster your position for what it's worth. In the documents that we provided to Mr. Petrellis, it is true that there were previous years when the host committee received in excess of $250,000, and I believe that an email that's actually in your packet, which came from the controller, shows in the 12-13 year that it was in excess, and if you give me a moment, I'll find it. What we were saying is we don't believe we have jurisdiction over those agreements because they've terminated. It's actually on page 109 of your document. You'll see that the GSA city grants programs to the host committee show that there was a $261,000 year. So I'm not disputing Mr. Petrellis's point. Suffice it to say that that was in a contract year that's over and closed.
And to that question through the chair, this current year, what is the amount?
The current year, also on page 109, is $218,935 from the GSA, City Administrator. In addition, our investigation found that they had received $5,000 from the port and another $50 from asking the controller. So we aggregated those numbers, and they're in the letter that were provided to both the host committee and Mr. Petrellis.
And just to be clear, when were these monies given?
So over the course of the year, the money that comes through
this year, or last year and this year. So theoretically, money could still come in up until June 30th that would put them over $250,000.
Correct, except that when we asked them and began the investigation, they responded that they do not intend to seek reimbursement above that amount. The city administrator does not intend to make reimbursement above that amount, and we announced next year's grant awards, and they're not among them. So I think it's unlikely, but it's possible.
And when was that?
The announcement of grant awards was issued by Grants for the Arts and is public on their website. I believe letters were mailed out last Friday. And certain supervisors have asked about different arts funding until we've been responsive, but next year's awards have been announced.
Okay, thank you.
Member Washburn, you had something?
I was going to ask what Member Highland did.
I would like to get back to Commissioner Nee's question of me about the evidence. I do have the evidence that they got $250,000 in previous years. And the evidence, as I said, I believe it was shared with the task force. Since it's not here, I would like to ask for a continuance, because Bill gave me those documents. In previous years, this same agreement document showed $250,000. And for, as you can see, in the current year, we're talking $260,000. And it is all extending from trying to follow the money through Miss Charlotte Schultz and what has gone on with that party. I mean, there is such an interconnection between my previous complaint and this complaint. I'm hoping you're getting a sense of how difficult it is for the citizen activists to follow the money. I was told before no city money was paid for that party. I'm then told it's the host committee. I go and find these documents for the host committee, and then all of a sudden they're not getting $250,000. I mean, this kind of runaround is not healthy for democracy. I ask again that you continue this matter. If you need the documentation that in previous fiscal years, I have documents from Bill Barnes showing the host committee got $250,000, and it is primarily going to pay for these diplomatic balls that the city says, oh, we don't have any money that's been spent on it.
DCA Cola, you have something?
I think the documents you're referencing are in the packet at page 108 and 109. It's an email that you had received from Monique Zamuda indicating that in the fiscal year 2012-2013, the nonprofit at issue did receive $261,000.
The documentation from the city controller's office contradicts what has been sent to me from the GSA, and is another reason why I would like a continuance on this matter. I can email you these things later tonight, the full documents that Bill sent me for the previous 6 fiscal years. I'm sorry that the documentation from the controller is not matching what the city administrator's office is saying, but I have learned since December there is quite a shell game going on here.
Mr. Petrellis, according to the package, it looks like those documents are confirming it for 2012 to 13, but not for 13 to 14. That's how we're reading it. So
are you saying that you have additional documents that indicate for this current fiscal year that they've received over $250,000?
For the current fiscal year, what's up there on the screen, okay, $260,000.
But Mr. Barnes explained that was a up to amount. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
So which I find confusing as well, I agree, but I mean, it's showing that they haven't, maybe Mr. Barnes can explain that again. So this document we see on the screen shows there is a grant amount of over $250,000. Are you saying that that host committee has not deposit that amount or not receive that amount?
Yeah, so let me be clear and let me try to actually assist Mr. Petrellis. The document on P109 does show that in 2012 and 2013, the host committee received $261,059 through GSA, possibly received other funds, but at least through GSA, that's in excess of $250,000. We don't dispute that point. In the current fiscal year, the host committees received $218,935, and that's in the next column. How this works is they get a not-to-exceed amount, they submit expenses, we determine whether those expenses are eligible. If they are, they're reimbursed. So we're only reimbursing expenses only if they submit eligible expenses over $250,000 would they hit that threshold. We also learned that there were other departments, because we asked the controller as part of our investigation, who were providing other funds. Again, all of those amounts are aggregated in the letter that the city administrator sent, and it doesn't add up in the current year to $250,000.
So this grant is like an allowance, and you have to provide documentation to actually get reimbursed up until this amount.
Correct.
And at this point, they haven't, and they intend not to exceed that amount. Thank you.
That is correct.
On that note, and through the chair to Nick, I think it's convenient that they consider the contracts closed each year end. However, what jurisdiction do we have, and do we have to hear this as a continuance and another complaint to go back to previous years where they have already admitted that they failed to follow the laws of a small?
Well, in addition to the 250,000 threshold that needs to be met for jurisdiction,
one contract.
Yeah, in addition to that, in order for this to be right before the task force to issue an advisory opinion, the complainant needs to go through a certain process, and it's a 3-step non-binding dispute resolution process that involves a mandatory review by the contracting city agency, then an optional advisory review by us, and then after that, they can take a review to the Board of Supervisors. So the question here is, if it's right before us, did he go to the proper city agency first to get this resolved?
Where are you reading those steps from? What page is it?
That's in
your review.
12L5B.
Is that part of the package?
Yeah, it's summarized on the first page of my memorandum on 100, but then the code section in its entirety is at the rear of my memo.
Okay, 12.5B covers enforcement of the MPAO. Okay. I mean, I kind of like to cut through all that and get this moving along, but I don't know how much. I don't know how we can, whether our hands are tied here. That's the question I'm asking you. Is there a way through this that's more expeditious?
I mean, 12L only applies if if the nonprofit at issue has received more than $250,000 in funding, and if the complainant has gone through the proper steps to try to resolve this before coming to us.
And what was the first step again?
That they've met the 250,000 threshold.
3 steps.
Well, it seems clear that they have.
We're step 2.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry, Member Washburn.
Yeah, this is through the chair to DCA Nick.
I just think of Cherry Cola. That's how I remember his name.
Yeah, DCA Cola. I don't mean to be flip at all. So looking back, it looks like Mr. Petralis was interested in the fiscal year 2012-2013 and was questioning whether or not there should have been 2 public meetings. So he was instructed then to take this matter, to follow this procedure to the city administrator for a determination, but the city administrator responded for the following year. So it seems to me, if Mr. Petralis asked for, hey, in 2011 or 2012, 2013, more than $250,000 of city money went to this nonprofit, why weren't there any meetings? You responded with information from the following year. So there's a discrepancy there that's pertinent to this case.
Appreciate that. For the purposes of being expeditious, we would waive a contest of jurisdiction and get to the merits, because I think that's where members are interested in going, and we can discuss it. I mean, I want to be mindful of people's time, and so if we want to talk about the merits of it, which sounds like what the sense of many members is, we're happy to go there. I do think there are jurisdictional issues about having the nonprofit be the one that has a complaint filed against it under the code. So I would ask the task force if people want to proceed on the merits, and if so, we're happy to drop our objection.
DCA Cola?
I don't see a problem with us accepting jurisdiction if you think that the complainant filed the proper procedure, because it's not no one's disputing that they received in excess of $250,000 in city funding for the 2012-2013 fiscal year. So I think on that basis, we could accept jurisdiction to discuss their failure to conduct public meetings for that year. We can issue an advisory opinion, and however the city administrator's office wants to handle that, whether or not they can enforce a contract that has expired, that's out of our realm anyway. So we can issue our advisory opinion based on, based on jurisdiction from the evidence we have in the 2012 and 2013 fiscal year.
So then let me put this out there. Advisory opinion, I mean, I'm just gonna call it and cut to the chase because it's 8 o'clock and I'm starting to feel tired. So if, personally, and as a member of this task force, I kind of think that an organization that receives in excess of $261,000 should probably have 2 meetings a year. That's advisory, but we, the task force, cannot enforce that. But we, as a task force, can say, that's our advice. I mean, right? That's what this could come down to.
What your options are right now is either not accept jurisdiction and end this complaint now, or accept, make some sort of determination, advise the city administrator's office that in the future they should inform all of their contracting, anyone that's a nonprofit that they contract with, that they must hold they must meet all the 12L requirements, and hope that they strictly enforce that and that it won't happen in the future.
Yeah, I mean, the way I am on this is I hear both of you. I don't really see how we can enforce this, but from an advisory standpoint, you asked my advice, I'm going to give it. I believe I had Member Highland and Member Nee.
I think it's important to get this on the record, and I think we should move forward.
So then we'll go Member Nee and then Member Washburn.
I have a question of DCA Cola. The vote on jurisdiction, is that considered procedural or substantive?
Ooh.
I'm not 100% sure on that.
The fact
at this point it's procedural.
So a simple majority of those present then would pass the motion, since we have only 6 members. 6?
Yeah.
6 members here.
And the fact that they've waived the objection to that.
And Member Oka's got a comment.
Through the chair, I just researched my packet, and I don't have a full packet. For some reason, I don't have what we're discussing. So I would favor continuing this till next month.
Madam
Is it
Chair?
appropriate for me to
Sorry.
make that motion?
Hold off. Member Nee?
Oh, did Member
Oh,
Oka
sorry.
move to continue?
Member Oka, did you make a motion?
To continue this to the next meeting in July.
Second.
So we have a motion and we have a second. Let's have a little discussion first. Go ahead, Member David.
So I'm just Member Oka, when you say you don't have it in your packet, are you talking about electronically
We've got the
or on
same.
paper?
Electronically, I don't have it. And I don't know if I have time to read anything that's hard copy right now.
No, that's just it. I'm just curious because I'm looking at my packet electronically and I have it. That's why I was just wondering
me
why
too.
that was all.
For some reason, I got everything that was sent to me, and that's not in my electronic copy.
Okay, thank you.
So,
And that may be my fault. I'm not sure.
That's fit.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor. Is there any more if there's no more discussion among the...
Just to be clear, before we take a vote, if I could ask Mr. Petrellis, your reason to continue is to provide additional documentation? Because we have the documentation that, we think is enough to proceed with this. So I'm just curious as to what other information you want to add to a continuance.
Yes, the documentation that I would want to provide comes from Mr. Barnes, it's previous year's grant agreement showing that they were getting $250,000
we have that.
Per year.
We see that. We agree with you.
You do have the previous year's things?
We do.
Oh, okay, so then I did say, okay.
We do have that, and we have enough, I think, to discuss the merits of the case. So I was just curious if there's additional...
Okay.
Yeah. Does that help, Member Opa?
Well, it doesn't help me, but since I'm the only one that doesn't have that,
it just seems that we've invested so much time in this. It'd be nice to keep the momentum going, so to speak.
So just to be clear, you have the documentation that shows in previous years they got $250,000. Then I withdraw the request for the continuance.
So just to be completely clear, and then we'll go to you, Member David, this is not a normal case. We are purely advisory. We can only advise. We can't do much else. Member David.
No, I just want to say that I don't. It's my understanding that Member Oka was not asking for a continuance on behalf of Mr. Petrellis. He was asking for continuance because he doesn't have the information in front of him.
That's
right.
correct.
I just want to be very
That's
clear.
Correct.
Right. So the fact that the rest of us have information and no one's disputing that in 2013 that they received $263,000 and whatever some odd dollars. Are you? I just want to be clear. Would you still like a continuance? Which is fine. I think
I would like to see.
Perfect. That's all. Great. Okay, can we vote on, Madam Chair, may we vote on Member Oka's motion for a continuance? I guess we have to take public comment first.
Member Washburn, did you have anything to add before I go to public comment? Do I even have any members of the public?
Yeah.
I can't see over the podium. Oh, come on up.
See that?
Sit over there. Sit over there next time. Sorry. Mr. Picarello, go ahead.
Thank you. So then there's a motion to continue, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm in favor of the motion, but for another reason. One of your respondents is not here tonight, the host committee. And, the city administrator is making a lot of assertions, but they're all hearsay, and that's why hearsay is not admissible in the court of law. So when you do continue it, you should demand that the host committee appear, because the host committee is the nonprofit that Mr. Petrellis is complaining about, not the city administrator. The city administrator is a city agency that oversees the nonprofit, but the violation is against the nonprofit. So to do the correct thing, you should demand that the host committee appear. Then the host committee can tell you what monies they received, what money they spent. Mm-hmm. There's an assertion that, you see, the $260,000 is a grant. Well, the city administrator says, well, they told us they didn't spend it. Well, that doesn't mean they're not going to spend it the following year. And that would still give you jurisdiction under the 250 cap. The 250 cap is for all contracts for the year, not just one contract. So if they get $125,000 from one contract and $125,000 from another, that's jurisdiction you have. So I'll support the motion for continuance, but on the basis that the host committee, the respondent is not here tonight. Thank you.
DCA COLA. Can we compel, request, whatever the word is, the host committee to appear? Because they are not, they're not a city department.
From my interpretation, we only have jurisdiction over the contracting city agency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, this is the circle we keep going in.
The recourse for that is if they don't comply with whatever demand the contracting city agency ends up making, then it's considered, failure to comply with the Section 12L is considered a material breach of the contract, so they could cut funding.
They can what?
So they could negate the contract, the grant. That's the recourse, but that's up to if they follow our advice, and that's non-binding in this situation.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, Member Oka.
I would personally like to see representatives from the host committee here. If we can ask them to be here.
You know, I'm just going to put this out there. Mr. Barnes, I don't even know who this host committee is. You think they would say, yeah, sure, we'll come by, or would they be like, yeah, we're not subject to this?
The city administrator.
I mean, this is purely your opinion.
The city administrator and the General Services Agency oversees contracts in excess of $250,000 with many nonprofits, including immigrant groups that work with immigrant affairs, labor groups that work with labor standards, the host committee, and other arts groups that are engaged for the arts. We would not ask a nonprofit to appear at this meeting because we don't believe that 12L provides for it. What 12L provides for a review of is our recommendation. And it would be in 12L actually to show you what the Board of Supervisors wrote. They didn't want this to be costly to nonprofits. They specifically said in the first section that it's intended not to be cost neutral, and that the obligations of governmental agencies, which is us, I've been here since 4 o'clock, I'm happy to stay till we're done, that those obligations put on government agencies are not the same as nonprofits. And so to the extent that you would ask us to have a nonprofit come in this case, then the next time there's a complaint about some small arts organization or an immigrant group, that would create a precedent in our mind that those folks would need to come here, and that's not what we believe the statute says. Having said that, if you want to invite the host committee, you're certainly free to, but it had been our understanding, consistent with the Deputy City Attorney's advice, that the jurisdiction is on the contracting agency, and that's our position.
Yeah, I kind of thought that was your answer, so thank you. We have a motion on the floor. We've taken public comment.
On the motion to continue.
So again, sorry if this was covered. Does this have to be full quorum, or is this procedural? The continue?
If the rest of the task force is comfortable, I will withdraw the motion. But
I should ask.
Don't have.
Is this procedural? I mean, does this have to be get a full 6 votes, or can it be majority? The motion to continue.
What page?
Sure. I think that's a substantive motion, I believe, no?
My own read would be that a motion to continue is procedural, but you're the deputy city attorney here.
So we just need a majority vote.
According to Mr. Member Nate.
Well, Mr. Cola has advised us that he believes it's substantive, so we would need a full 6 to continue. Member Oka has offered to withdraw his motion to continue, and in deference to Member Oka, I will withdraw my second.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't want to kick this can down.
Let's go on.
All right. So that one's been withdrawn.
That leaves us to the motion to find jurisdiction, which I believe is on the floor.
That is correct. Do we have a motion? Who made the motion for jurisdiction?
I do not have a motion.
Yeah, I don't have one either. Do I have a motion for jurisdiction?
So move.
For jurisdiction, okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion to find jurisdiction?
Clarify. You clarify to which party you're finding jurisdiction, because it's an and/or.
That's all I got.
Yeah, do you want to, Member Washburn?
On the motion to find jurisdiction with the Office of the City Administrator?
Okay, and before we take this vote again, is this a 6-0 or a majority? We haven't had one of these in so long. For jurisdiction, yeah.
Majority, I believe.
Majority?
I believe jurisdiction is a procedural issue.
Okay, so it's a majority.
Be a majority of those
Really
present.
torn. Okay.
Member Nee?
No.
Nee, no. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member David?
No.
David, no. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka?
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher?
We got a problem. No.
Fails.
We're tied.
Motion fails.
Oh, so it fails. Okay.
Just a point of process. It would have been
just a
nice.
minute,
It
Mr.
would have been nice to
Piccarello.
been offered
I-
public comment
I
on this
haven't-
motion.
I haven't.
You didn't offer public comment on this motion for jurisdiction. So it would have been, don't violate your own sunshine ordinance that you're
I-
trying to enforce.
I believe you are correct. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna,
thank
you know
you.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to call for public comment and we're going to do the vote again.
Well, you've already voted, and I doubt me coming up here at 8:15 is going to change your vote. But I would appreciate it next time you make a motion to continue, you allow the public to comment on that motion. That's all.
You are correct. I apologize.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Piccarello, please come back up to. You just said that when next time we make a motion to continue, you mean the next time we make a motion on jurisdiction, right? Because we did take public comment. I just want to try. I'm trying to remember. We did
Both, actually, but thank you for correcting me. If you make a motion to continue, I think the public should be allowed public comment.
But we did provide public comment.
More importantly, if you make a motion regarding jurisdiction, that kills or keeps the case alive. Public is allowed or should be allowed under your sunshine ordinance.
I agree 100%.
For public comment, yeah.
Yeah.
But now, what I'm suggesting to you is that now you've already taken a vote. The vote's not going to change regardless of what I say in the next 120 seconds. Thank you.
Well, let us be the judge of that.
Okay. So have we completed this, Mr. Clerk?
Let's vote again.
Want to vote again?
Would you like to rescind the vote?
Yes.
I make a motion to rescind the vote and to vote again.
Second.
We've got a second. Do I have any public comment on the rescinding of the vote? Hearing none. Let's
Now,
call.
I would like to make a motion to find jurisdiction.
Second.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Motion was made to rescind the vote.
To the vote.
I don't.
You don't need to make another.
I believe we should have a vote on that motion to rescind.
Oh, I thought. Sorry.
He's right.
You're right. Sorry. Trying to do the right thing.
Since this is sort of,
Yeah.
can we pass that without objection? Okay.
I object. I would like a roll call on that.
Okay, roll.
On the motion
Let's catch up to where we are. We are we made a motion to rescind the vote. We have a second, and we're doing a roll call vote.
Are we taking public comment on the rescinding?
Hearing none.
Okay, just want to make sure.
On the motion to rescind the vote, Member Nee?
No.
Nee, no. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member David?
Aye.
David, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka?
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. The motion passes as a procedural matter.
Okay. Now, I'd like to make a motion.
Hold up.
Go ahead.
Hold up.
Since we rescinded the vote, isn't that motion still active?
Yeah, that motion
And
is still
if it is,
active.
can we now have public comment on that motion?
Perfect.
Is that, Mr. Clerk, can you verify we still have that original motion on the floor? We are fixing it now by offering public comment.
If there's a pending motion for jurisdiction, I strongly agree with it. The complainant presented a document showing $260,000. And you have no testimony by the host committee that they didn't receive it or they're not going to spend all that money. You do have jurisdiction over the host committee, so I strongly support that motion.
Do I have any more public comment on the motion for jurisdiction? Did you have a comment? Member Nee?
Just a response to something that the speaker said. if there's no further public comment.
Oh, do I have any? Hearing none. Member Nee?
Okay. Speaker said that we have jurisdiction over the host committee. I would question that, but the motion is to find that we have jurisdiction only as applies to the administrator. That was the original motion. We're not arguing on the question of the host committee here.
Right.
Motion refers to the administrator. And I would add that it refers really also to the substance of the complaint. Is this a complaint that would fall within the task force's jurisdiction? That also is to be considered.
DC Acola, did you have something?
Well, the complainant's asserting that we have jurisdiction, not under the Sunshine Ordinance, but under 12L. So that goes for the administrator, who is the contracting party with the nonprofit at issue. So I think 12L is still a basis for your jurisdiction when you're making that determination.
And the respondents waived objection of jurisdiction as well. So we do the vote again?
We have a motion on the floor, correct? Can we, Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call? Can you reread the motion, please?
On a motion to determine that Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction over the office of the city administrator. On that motion, Member Nee?
No.
Nee, no. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member David?
No.
David, no. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka?
Aye.
Oka, aye. Member Fisher?
No.
Fisher, no. The motion fails.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can you call the next item?
The motion fails due to lack of jurisdiction. I mean, not the motion fails.
The matter is concluded.
The matter is concluded due to lack of jurisdiction. Item number 8, approval of minutes from the May 19, 2014 meeting.
Before we move on, Mr. Petralis, I kind of, want to thank you for bringing a lot of this information up. These were some really tough decisions, but I just want to say that, I really do respect you bringing all this up, and don't give up.
May I have a moment of public comment on this agenda?
I'm going to give it a call with the chair. Go ahead. Can you give him a minute or two?
Just 1 minute. I want to say thank you for hearing my complaints. It's taken a bit of time, but these matters to me really get at my belief that democracy is terrific. And some of your votes didn't go my way, but having the clarification is so important. I also think it is just really a shame that the work that you are doing, even though some of it I'd complain about, that the work you're doing is not being broadcast on SF TV. I would be the first person to request to the mayor and the Board of Soups that they allocate funds to broadcast these meetings because more citizens need to know about this task force. And I have to say, I am glad I filed these complaints. I'm glad that you've heard them, and my time has been well spent here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk, can you call the next item now?
Item number 8, approval of minutes from the May 19, 2014 meeting.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the minutes from May 19, 2014 meeting.
Second.
Second. Okay. Do I have any public comment on item number 8, approval of the minutes? Yeah, thank you. Okay, can we get a roll call vote on that?
On the motion to approve the minutes as amended, I did receive proposed amendments from Member Pelpel that were grammatical in nature. On that motion, Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member David?
Aye.
David, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka?
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. The motion passes. Item number 9, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Annual Report. A copy of the annual report was provided in the packet, and the copy of the Compliance and Amendments Committee portion of the report has been passed out.
So then how does this go? So it is in the, so the one that I fixed for you, that Kit and I put together. Okay, so it's in the packet. So having never done this before, how do we go about this? Do we just discuss it? Member Washburn has probably done this before.
Well, I'd actually like to make a motion to continue this item. It's late. We've lost the members of the public. I want to apologize for being so late with my contribution. It's the end of the semester, and I've been buried in student papers, and it's difficult to find time to do that. So I personally would like some time to digest the whole report and give the members of the public a chance to look at it. Also, new members of our body to look at it. So if I move to continue discussion until next meeting.
Second.
Okay, can we consider that? I'm sorry, is there any public comment on that motion? Can we consider that passed without objection? Okay, can you call the next
And just
item?
to note that we have not received the EOTC portion of the report yet either.
Yeah, Mr. Clerk, perhaps you and I can both remind Mr. Pilpel of that.
Yes.
Thank you. You call the next item, please.
Item number 10, report, Compliance and Amendments Committee, meeting of May 20th, 2014.
I actually don't have my minutes with me, but
you can vamp.
I will try to summarize.
That's the annual report. Go ahead.
The case from Anonymous versus, I believe, the HSA. That was continued for 1 month to give the applicant more time to review the documents. There were 2 cases again. The case from Mr. Hart was filed, was concluded. The 2 cases against from Mr. Tesh against the Arts Commission were also concluded.
thank you. And we'll be hearing, actually, we'll have one item on the agenda, one hearing for the next Compliance and Amendments Committee. It'll be anonymous, giving her additional time to review the materials she was sent. So,
what's the date on that?
Third Tuesday.
Oh, CAC. No.
Whatever
Not
date,
a
the third Tuesday. Yeah.
The third Tuesday. Oh, so it's the 17th.
Mm-hmm.
I already have it in there.
Yes,
okay,
it would
that
be
is the
June
17th.
17th at 4 p.m.
Sorry, what was that for?
Compliance and amendment.
I would also like to note that the EOTC meeting scheduled for, I believe, next week has been canceled.
Are they backlogged, though?
There was only one item on their agenda, and the complainant was, or the respondent was not ready to go forward.
Okay, thank you. Can you call the next item?
Item number 11, Administrator's Report. Item number 1 of my Administrator's Report, from March 30th, 2014 to May 30th, 2014, a 2-month period, I've received approximately 415 calls, emails, and office visits from persons requesting information regarding Sunshine Ordinance or mediations requests for records. Item number 2, bylaw requirements, attendance tracking. This issue was brought up at the last meeting of the Rules Committee. I would like to state that I will be enforcing the Sunshine Ordinance Bylaws Article 7, in which If 2 regular meetings or special meetings of the full task force is missed within 12 months, I will be notifying the members and the chair. Upon missing a 3rd regular or special meeting, the task force shall notify the Board of Supervisors and request that action be taken to remove the member from the task force. And by task force, I will be assuming that that would be the chair of the committee.
So, Mr. Clerk, something that sort of sticks out is, you said it twice, is, and I'll refer this to you, DCA Cola, is regular meetings and special meetings. Are we 100% crystal clear that the bylaws state special meetings included in there? The reason I'm asking is when we all volunteered our time and our parking and everything else for this organization, we knew that it was 2 absences, 3 absences, but that it was 1 meeting, the second, or whatever we are, the first Wednesday of every month, plus a committee meeting. I'm sorry, I should be addressing you, DCA Cola. Does the special meeting come under that? I mean, it almost seems like there's sort of some kind of contractual thing here, like we contracted for this, and special meetings were not part of the original deal. Is it sort of purposely vague or open to interpretation?
It states specifically in the bylaws, regular or special.
Yeah, we're going to need to change that.
Yes.
And I'm just trying to be fair.
I don't know if we should change it, because the reality is we end up having special meetings, and I think anybody signing up for this ought to know it in advance.
I mean, obviously, if a meeting falls on a public holiday, it then gets removed and becomes a special meeting. That is common sense there. Just out of curiosity, should we have approved that, or should we have, as a body, have acted on any violations of Article 7 in the last 2 years that we didn't?
I do not have that information from me, but I do know that letters informing members that they have missed 2 meetings within a 12-month period should have gone out.
And then 3rd or 4th violation should have been acted upon.
Yes.
But they were not.
They were not.
Yeah, since this is a discussion thing, I'm just sort of torn on I signed up for this, and I knew it was going to be 1 committee, and I knew it was going to be the first one. And I knew there might be a little shifting around with holidays. But the special meetings, it's just a logistics thing, People get sick. I had a business trip. I had to miss a meeting. I couldn't get out of that. That's my job. And I could just see it happening, with all the special meetings. Now you've taken what was originally, say, 12 meetings, and now you've made it possibly 24, most likely 20. I just think that, the percentage numbers should be moving, sort of in an equivalent manner. So if it's 20, then maybe it should be 4 absences. That's just my opinion.
And this is a discussion that we can take up when we consider the many changes we need to make to our bylaws. Besides that, I do not know if we should put in a clause concerning excused absences.
Yeah, like the excused absence. You're on a business trip in China, Amsterdam, Dallas. You're not going to be here. You got 105 fever. I don't want you here. So,
So this would be a good discussion for a future.
Yes, bylaw discussion in the future.
In defense of the previous chairman, I can see why she did not act upon people that did violate Article 7, because we weren't a full task force. If we lost a couple of members, we're down to 7.
We'd be shooting ourselves in the task force. Yeah.
Yeah. I can see why that wasn't acted on. But then again, justice. What's that phrase? For once
I don't
when I need
want
him, he's not here.
I don't want to be cutting off our nose to spite our face, so to speak. I don't want to get on this rigid, stringent attendance thing, and now, we've just knocked ourselves down to 7 members again.
Yes. Item for future discussion.
Yes, it is.
Item number 3, bylaw clarifications, procedural issues. I did review the sections of our bylaws concerning procedural votes. Our bylaws do infer that procedural vote is a majority of the members present. However, it doesn't state it specifically. However, upon my reading of it, I believe it infers that it is a majority of the members present. So I would like to suggest that when we do review our bylaws, we add those words in to make it clear. Item number 4, complaints against nonprofits doing business with the city of San Francisco. I just wanted to infer, we do not have a procedures regarding this, so I just wanted to state that upon receiving a complaint against a nonprofit, I will be referring it to the city agency doing business with the nonprofit. I will be referring it to the agency doing business with the nonprofit. If the city agency cannot resolve the issue, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may hear the complaint and provide advice. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force does not have jurisdiction directly over the nonprofit agencies. Basically what we have discussed over the last case. The complaint log is attached for 2012 through 2014. There are several communications received. Of note is the Ethics Commission referring of complaint number 12058 back to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. A copy of that referral letter is included in the packet. Item number 7, there's a list of the items of the complaints filed within the last 2 months. Item number 8, pending complaints, a total of 61 complaints. Approximately 30 of those is from one person. And
how many was that?
There's approximately 30 files from one person that are still pending. Item number 9, other issues. Board of Supervisors Rules Committee will be hearing the appointments to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force tomorrow on June 5th, 2014. I believe the meeting starts at 2 p.m.
Yeah, but we're like item number 6 or something. We're
Yes.
way down in there. So in your experience going to these meetings, when
I never give an
It's-
opinion on
yeah,
timing.
it's a crapshoot. So we could watch it on TV and then
Yes.
launch when we think it's appropriate.
Yes. The last issue I have is the additional SOTF meetings. Most likely this item can be taken up at the next meeting when we have the new appointees present. The meeting room is available on the 4th Tuesday of each month. That has been assigned to us. So that is a regular monthly meeting that we can take advantage of for either subcommittees or the full,
So we have this room, the 4th.
on the 4th Tuesday of the month.
So we could have special meetings
Yes.
We could have
in which
regular
everybody would be in attendance.
meetings. We could have regular meetings.
Madam
That
Chair,
would be
I'm sorry,
required. case.
Member Nee?
we used to meet regularly the 4th Tuesday, and we switched because there was an awful lot of public sentiment against our having meetings in conflict with the Board of Supervisors meetings.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
And one other matter with respect to the question of 12L matters there and complaints against nonprofits. My recollection is that there are some nonprofits who agree in their contracts with the city to abide by the provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance. And when somebody comes to us, even though I can't pronounce it, when somebody comes to us with a complaint against a nonprofit, that should be one of our first questions.
Yeah, it's a good point. Thank you.
Yes, I am in the process of developing a procedure to deal with nonprofits. It's a work in progress. That concludes my report.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Is there any public comment on the administrator's report? There being none?
Hold on.
Oh,
Not quick enough, I guess, coming to the podium. First, I want to thank Mr. Clerk for his report. But I disagree strongly that the task force does not have jurisdiction over nonprofits. The task force does have jurisdiction over nonprofits. You just have to figure out how to do it. Perhaps get some advice from your new lawyer member when he's appointed tomorrow. Hopefully he'll be appointed tomorrow. Again, I urge you to show up and get the full task force seated. On the report, though, in terms of outstanding complaints, I would like to see when the complaints were actually filed. That would be helpful to the public to know how long the complaints have been pending. You list X amount in 2013, 2014. I'd like to see when actually their complaints were filed so that we keep track of your adherence to the 45-day rule. There was one other matter, but I'll pass it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd just like to state that the complaint log is attached to the administrator's report, stating what day each complaint was submitted. Item number 12, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items.
Member Washburn? I just always assume you've got something. You're in front of Rules Committee tomorrow, too, right? You have to.
I am.
You're the sequel. You have to.
I don't know. I hope that I won't have to answer another question about how I regard opinions from the city attorney's office. But I'll be there, and Karen Clopton will be there. She said she'll be sitting in the front row, and I text her to come over from the PUC. So.
Well, we want to keep you, so. All right.
Well, say good words about me.
Oh, I'll be there.
Appreciate it.
If there are no other announcements or comments, item number 13, adjournment.
I'll move.
I need a second.
Second.
Do I have any public comment on the adjournment? Can we pass that without objection? All right. Thank you.